Pronti? Sì? Ok.
So, you start from the
I'm gonna stand in the front. Oh.
Chiudiamo lei. Chiudiamo lei.
Hello, hello. Yeah, great. Cominciamo? Sì. Buongiorno. Tutti quanti? Everyone says buongiorno. Buongiorno. Yes, very good. I hope the coffee downstairs gave you some energy for a good conference. I'm Catherine. I'm with the Open Contracting Partnership. Welcome to this conference about next generation of procurement. I will tell you a little bit more about myself and where I work and the conference after the opening remarks. But it is my great honor right now to introduce our two opening speakers, Presidente Buziev with ANAC and Chairman Mizirat from the Commission of Albania. And before we get started, we also are very honored to have the representative of the house here where we are hosted, which is a study of defense for Italian students. And Il Admirale Gaetano Virgilio will welcome us for a few moments as well. Please, let's welcome all of them with a round of applause.
Thanks, Catherine. Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. On behalf of General Mannino, the president of this Center of Higher Defense Study, it's a great pleasure for me to give you a warm welcome in Palazzo Salviati. Before leaving the floor to the distinguished speaker, let me just start by spending a few words about our higher education institution and its wide range of education programs. Center for Higher Defense Study, so-called CASD, is a joint military institution working both at national and international level in close collaboration with universities, equivalent institutes, and subject matter experts from various sectors of, for instance, politics, defense, culture, science, profession, and business. A hub for strategic thinking, open to dialogue with external actors, focus on security and defense field. Recently, CASD has been awarded the status of Italian National Defense University for the first time in our country. This gave us the opportunity to meet the needs of national education and training in a strategic context of profound change, consolidating the collaboration with the Italian academic community. The dual nature of CASD, military and academic, allows the center to take the best from the both worlds. As a university school, CASD can address issues with open-mindedness, critical thinking, and innovative approach as regards educational paths and teaching methodologies. As a military institute, CASD is marked by a pragmatic approach, a typical feature of a defense environment. Our educational program covers PhD programs, postgraduate master and advanced educational courses in defense and security studies. The main task of this center is to complete the professional and cultural competence of a military officer, civilian manager, coming also from friendly and allied countries, on a wide range of subjects, such as global strategy, security, digital dimension and cyber security, leadership and organization innovation, soft skill training for manager, legal study on innovation area, with a particular reference to the impact of emerging and disruptive technology and the new crucial relevance of the space and cyber domain. In addition to that, we are used to hosting specific events like this international conference, with the aim to being mentally open to all new topics and new trends. With this in mind, I wish that this conference will be interesting and fruitful for all. Thank you and welcome again in CASD.
Grazie. Presidente, sì. Yeah.
Thank you, dear President Misiri, representative of national and international organizations, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big pleasure, really, to welcome you here in Rome for this meeting. And I have to say before, it was the Minister of European Affairs that accepted our invitation, called me yesterday, apologizing himself because, as you may know, he has nominated from the Italian government as a member of the new European Commission, and these are busy days for him, and he apologized and asked me to give his greetings for all of us. Thank you to all to come here and to be part of this important event. I thank authorities, European national institutions, civil society, academia, stakeholders. Is an important moment, and I want, first of all, of course, thank very much Public Procurement Commission of Albania, an open contracting partner with whom we organized this event. And we, with the Albanian Public Procurement Commission and my friend Janet Misiri, we have a strong cooperation, and I have to thank them. We have a strong cooperation with the Public Open Contracting Partnership, and we thank them for pushing, all of them, us to go together to find, to explore the new challenges of public procurement. I want, of course, to thank very much the Defense Site Study Center for their gracious hospitality in this magnificent place. Is very important. The superintendents for cultural heritage for opening some historical monument and to host our social event. I hope many of you enjoyed yesterday the cocktail inside the Colosseum, the very heart of of the Roman, ancient Roman history, and I hope you will enjoy the dinner of today. And of course, last but not least, a very big thank for all the team of ANAC, the board, the general secretary, the international team. They are doing, I have no possibility to nominate every one of them, but they are doing a strong work to make possible this event. So really thank to them. I will say some words regarding the field that we have. We are living in this challenges time, marked by strong international tension and conflict. And this is really important, I think, for us to unite here, to come here, to discuss with a constructive approach so many relevant topics as the one that we will discuss in these days. Also, from public procurement point of view, we are living in a complex and at the same time highly simulating area, where every decision taken today will have significant weight for the future and for the next generation. In this framework, it is essential to raise awareness of both challenges and opportunities we have to act with the highest level of coordination at European level. And this is why it's important to come here in Rome. Public procurement, we know, is a key enabler for implementing long-term public policies, shaping a fabric of our economies and societies. Public procurement is crucial for the well-being of European and non-European citizens and for our future development. As a key government activity, public procurement has the power to transform lives, generate social value, and build a vision for the future. The decision we take today define the quality of life tomorrow and the legacy we leave to future generations. Therefore, it is imperative that we regulate, organize, and monitor public procurement with the utmost care. This vigilance not only guards against corruption and criminal infiltration, but also to ensure sound governance and effective administration. Aware of this, in planning and organizing the conference, we have chosen to favor a future-oriented vision, focused on people and their needs. We hope that this approach will be stimulating and engaging, and we are sure that it will be, and that the debate will bring many suggestions and ideas. This event will allows us in these days to discuss successes and failure of the 2014 EU directive on public procurement and open up avenues for necessary development. Although recently the European public procurement data space and some national legislative reform, as the one of Italy, have led to some EU-wide positive development and some strong country-level results, progresses have been uneven and still faces an uphill battle. Therefore, institutions, companies, and civil society cannot yet leverage procurement to promote a greater social inclusion and environmental sustainability in Europe and outside Europe. This must be our challenges and our goal, using public procurement to achieve a fairer, greener, and more inclusive Europe. Sustainability, in particular, I want to spend some word on that, is a strategic direction that goes beyond the requirement of legislation and economics. It is above all a vision of the future that gives us a roadmap and shows governments how to best invest public money, generating value for all the society. Today, it's not longer enough to make cost-effective purchases or compliance with legality. Public administration have a duty to be more ambitious. They must buy and make our society more inclusive, to protect the planet, to increase collective well-being, to fully realize human rights. In short, they must use public procurement to build a fairer country for future generations by embedding social value into the public procurement. For all these reasons, today talking about public procurement also means dealing with democracy, the environment, human rights, new technologies. We are then called to explore new approaches and new perspectives to make public policies truly effective, also on the social and ethical level, always placing the human and the human being at the center of the system as the beneficiary and the protagonist of all our work. For this point of view, the opportunities of digital translation appear crucial in terms of transparency. You know how important, and that is also a task of many of the authorities that are here, transparency and simplification, compliance and efficiency. Better data and digitalization enable new forms of collaboration with citizens, businesses, civil society, associations to monitor procurement, to improve processes and broaden democratic participation in public decision-making. In this perspective, procurement information system should be open by design and, as much as possible, harmonized at European level. Furthermore, the issues of corruption prevention must always remain in the foreground, a topic closely connected to those of efficiency and strategic vision. In fact, integrity is the prerequisite of those for all those models aiming at sustainability and inclusion, especially in a global context like the present one, when even crime has branched out and globalized. The fight against corruption today, when supplier networks are global, and we know which are the challenges of that, and the future of the next generation is turned to unfair practices, is inseparable from the protection of human rights and environment. I will conclude. Those ambitions, those objectives, those common objectives cannot be achieved alone by a single person, by a single institution, by a single university, or even by a single state. We must join forces and establish a large international network to share experiences, good practices, ideas, inspiration, at the same time raising awareness among governments and involving citizens. For this reason, there is a strong need to create a real, vibrant public procurement community. And we are building up, and I think events like today are an important step to do that, in Europe and outside Europe. And we, as authority who have already been in charge and engaged for easing, regulating, and monitoring the procurement sector, working together with institutions, civil society, and academia, must promote this change with strength and conviction, taking advantage of opportunities like this one. Moments of elevated and participatory reflection like this one are surely the best way to ensure that we are not taken by surprise and will be ready to face the new challenges that is ahead. Experiences like this can broaden our vision and help us to move away from short-term action and transform public procurement as a real resource for the people, for the planet, and for the future. This is not a lot of time to act, and we have to do that, and we are doing that. So thank you so much, and let's start together this fascinating January. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente. And now the chairman, please.
Dear President Busia, dear Mr. Hyman, honorable guests, dear members of the network of the review bodies of Southeastern Network, dear colleagues from 26 countries around the world, it's a great honor and a peculiar emotion that you rarely get to meet to represent the Republic of Albania and Public Procurement Commission as a co-organizer of the Conference on the Next Generation of Procurement, organized abroad, but in a place when every Albanian feels at home. A year ago, we had the honor to co-organize this conference in Albania together with ANAC, an open contracting partnership, and ABRD. We gather today in Rome at the epicenter of the world economic, social, and cultural developments, where the first indicators of procurements were traced, both in infrastructure and in actual purchase procedures. It is natural and precisely here, in a country where history continues to shape the art of public administration, to discuss the future of procurement. Economic and commercial exchange between our two countries are ancient, but also the trace of cooperation in public procurement starts 111 years ago. Among the first of development of concession procedures by Albanian states were those of an unsolicited proposal from an Italian company that had submitted a request to the Ministry of Public Works for granting a concession for construction an electric tram in city of Lora, an Albanian state chose to submit an open competition with procurement procedures where all the interested parties were invited. Who gave another offer more favorable for the state should be the winner. Dear colleagues, public procurement over the centuries has been seen as an important instrument to meet public demands. How we procure jobs, goods, and service has a direct impact on the effectiveness of the government's operation and the trust of the citizens have on us. It is precisely the procurement that stands at the forefront of the challenges of society, from recovery from disaster to pandemic, from social and cultural and economic development to the challenges in difficult times, such as those of war. Only an open, transparent, and sustainable procurement can face the challenges, guarantee the building of sustainable future. The Public Procurement Commission, with the support of Albanian government and the Albanian Parliament and international partners of a contracting partnership, in the last 4 years has launched a deep reform in changing the status quo in administrative reviewing tools by digitalizing services, increasing accessibility, and using transparency as an important tool to fight corruption. We, as a reviewing body of procurement in Albania, have seen the power of the technology and the transparency, how it can transform the behavior of the interest groups in public procurement. 4 years ago, we started the challenging journey of changing the status quo by changing the way of submitting and reviewing complaints from analog to digital. Today, 4 years later, we are happy to be among the first reviewing body that have implemented OCDE standard in publication of activity starting from the establishment of our institution 14 years ago. We have seen the power of how the technology have changed administrative tools in just 8 months in this year for a small country as Albania to save 100,000 kilometers of traveling to economic operators, 50,000 of pages, bring into the system 69 new domestic and foreign business which previously did not trust the traditional tools, reducing 22 tons of CO2 in atmosphere. Today, the PPC remain engaged in the efforts to transform next-generation procurement in Albania by making a significant contribution to the latest legal challenges in the country, which foresees the development of procurement procedures through the AI in all the phases. As we gather here today to discuss the future of the next generation of procurement, as far as our modest experience, we can testify, and let me share a few conclusions. First, good procurement that responds to the challenges of the future is not only a matter of legal regulation, it's not because procurement is not just a procedure, but an important tool. So the procurement challenges of the next generations must be precisely that of reshuffling the mindset of using procurement as a tool for building the future and sustainable in our country. Second, we have learned over the years that transformative reform are the power of individuals and the leadership. Here, I want to share a special thanks to a friend of Albania and the Public Procurement Commission, to President Busia. President Busia, your leadership, energy, vision, and experience have been and remain an inspiration to us. On behalf of Public Procurement Commission and on my own behalf, thank you for your support and assistance given during the years. Third, it should not be a taboo that the governments can be inspired by civil society and NGOs. We are grateful to Open Contracting Partnership, to Mr. Hyman and Graniskas for their contribution in the direction of the digitalization and transparency reform in Albania, and above all of their commitment for following up and monitor the results. Without you, this reform would not have been possible. Finally, the importance of being together and the cooperation. As the founding country of the network of procurement review bodies of Southeastern Europe, we have seen that challenges in procurement review bodies are similar. European countries as well as candidate countries face the same problems. Therefore, together and only together we can do great things by learning from each other's success and our mistakes. Nelson Mandela said that we can go fast, but if we have to go far, we need to be together. Rome was not built in a day, and so the efforts on open and sustainable procurement that responds to the challenges of the next generation may not be easily resolved. As all we face uncertainty, three things remain totally unchanged. First, Rome as a center of pivotal world development. Second, Albania and Italy relationship. And third, the advice given by Albanian saint, Mother Teresa, that she said, I can do things that you cannot. You can do things I cannot. Together, we can do great things. Thank you so much, and wish you have a good and fruitful work ahead.
All right, thank you very much to those opening remarks and reviewing all the way from history to the now and what's to come. Thank you, gentlemen. I very much appreciate it. I will join you here in the front again. Yes, thank you, yes. And let's see if the clicker works now. Sí, funciona. Very good. Okay. All right, let's give them one more round of applause. Good, and we're going to change energy a little bit now, right? This conference is called The Next Generation, so we will try, right, to have energy, think about the future. Be warned, in a moment I will make you get up and talk to strangers next to you. I know that sometimes can feel a little bit uncomfortable, but you just heard, right, that we are here to change how procurement works and what procurement delivers together. In order to work together, we have to know each other, be comfortable with each other, and sometimes initially means to be a little bit uncomfortable in talking to people and then therefore form these connections to really see how we can work together. And as both presidents mentioned, right, this is a critical time here in Europe to change how procurement works and how procurement delivers. There's a new parliament, there's an open data directive, a data space. So now is the moment to discuss these things and also to transition, right, using procurement as this kind of back function to just buy things that a government need. As both gentlemen mentioned, it can be a function to articulate your strategy, right? It can be a function to achieve goals like sustainability or economic development. So this is exactly what we want to explore with all of you over the next coming days. You know, how do we move procurement into this next area where it's not just about buying, but where it's about achieving bigger goals that matter for society. I also said I would tell you a little bit about myself and my organization, because not all of you know us yet. I'm with the Open Contracting Partnership. So we are a nonprofit that works all around the world, and we help governments, and we also work with civil society and academia to transform procurement, to make sure that procurement delivers for the people and the planet. I love facilitating. I love bringing people together. So that's why I am here. And it's my great honor to be your moderator for the next 2 days. So at any point, you know, feel free to find me in a break and talk to me. And I really look forward to that. Does that sound good? Everyone is in the right place. You know, if you need to escape, now is the moment to leave if you don't want to do this. Good. All right, so let's get to know each other a little bit. So first we want to see who is in the room. You know, already heard from Jonate how many countries are represented, which is really exciting. But first, if you work for a government agency, I would like to invite you to stand up. If you work for any kind of government agency, you can stand up, you see? So that's a lot of people. Can look around. These are your fellow champions, you know, who fight the daily war of procurement in your government. Thank you, everyone. You can sit down again. If you work for an academia, a university, a civil society organization, maybe a media organization, please stand up. So look at those people, right? They do really important work for our field as well, you know, thinking, delivering, monitoring, researching. So thank you for being here. I think we have maybe just a few private sector colleagues here, people who work for companies, who do consulting, who are vendors and are providing us with great technology tools. Welcome. And this was on purpose, right? We tried to mix different groups of people together because everyone is needed to do procurement, right? Procurement is not just the government. As procurement, we work with the government, we work with academia, we work with civil society to do this work. Great. We also wanted to see where you're from. And I know this is politically a little tricky because I'm sure, someone has strong feelings about what a region is called and what I left out. But, just take it as this is to get to know each other, to know where you are from. Please don't be mad if you're not on here or, if I say the wrong names for the regions. But if you are from Central and Eastern Europe or close to there, please stand up so that we can see that where you're from. Very good. Welcome, everyone. We're glad that you made the journey down. All right. If you are more from, you can sit down again. If you feel that you're more from Southern Europe, Southern Europe, yes. And again, this is not a political statement. This is just to see where you're from. Thank you. Very good. Northern Europe, I think the Nordics are also represented, a little less. Oh, we could do better here. All right, you will definitely recognize these two gentlemen again. Very good. And then we have Western Europe. I try to be very inclusive with my regions here, so that you might be on double, but if you feel like you're from Western Europe, very good. I think there are several of you here. Spain, I guess, could have many. Thank you. Welcome. All right. Is there someone from some other place, other region that I didn't mention who would like to say that they are from? Palestine we have here, very good. Yeah, where? Oh, welcome, excellent. Any other amazing places that were not represented yet? Everyone feels like they were celebrated? All right, welcome again, we are so glad to have you. And now, we're gonna do this thing where you have to talk to the people next to you. So, I invite you to turn around because I assume you're sitting next to a friend, so you probably know the person next to you. So I invite you to talk to the person in the back or in front of you and talk about these three things. Who are you? What's your favorite gelato flavor, which is very important, and I do not understand why anyone would ever choose anything else than chocolate, because if there's chocolate, you have to eat chocolate. And then also, what are you hoping to get out of this conference? So we have 5 minutes, form a little group, stand up, we get the energy up, stand up, talk to your neighbors, and then I will ask you to share back in 5 minutes.
We change.
Yes, actually, let me ask him. Oh. Yuna, do you want to join them? Oh, cioccolata. Sì. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm Catherine. Oh, Federico. Ah, che bello. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Welcome. Yes. Can you stay for the next day or so, or do you? Yeah. For certain sessions. Oh, you have to leave. Yes. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad. And you can hear the opening panel. That is very good. Yes. Thank you for having us. Oh, thank you. I like it. Thank you. That is true. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So many things. We were thinking about like favorite pasta, your favorite site in Rome. Yes, there are so many things. Exactly. It's just a way to get to know each other a little bit. Yes. Yes. Good. Yes, exactly. I'm glad. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you. We were thinking about for you is actually to pull the chairs back and sit it. Should I do that now? Are you still there? And then they have you here, so then you can see them, right? If you sit more a little bit like this. Okay. Sorry. Allora, grazie a tutti. Grazie. So thank you. If everyone can sit back down. If you slowly find your seats again. All right, and if you find your seats again, everyone, slowly. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Let's start with the most important question. Just shout out. What were some of the ice cream flavors that you heard? Lemon. What? Lemon. See? Limone. What else did we have? Pistachio. Very good choice. Yes. What else? Dark chocolate. Oh, I like a combination. I was waiting for a combination. Yeah. What else? Oh, pistachio. See? Qualcun altro? Fior di latte. Oh, but if you don't know what that is, I highly recommend you go and try it tonight somewhere. Yes, good choice. Excellent. And what did you hear? Maybe someone is willing to stand up and just say what you're hoping to learn. We are trying to get into a more informal space, where everyone can share. Anyone wants to say what brought you here and what you're hoping to learn? Yeah, thank you. Ooh, hot topic. Nice. And can you just tell us who you are? So. Nice. Excellent. Who else would like to share? Please. Nice. And tell us who you are. Very good. Oh, let's give the Swedes a round of applause for breaking the ice. As the facilitator, I really appreciate that. It's always hard to go first. All right, let's hear from this side of the room. There must be someone. If you don't say anything, I will call on those that I know that usually are not so shy to speak. So come on. All right. Ian, thank you.
Okay, so I'm really I'm really interested in how the introduction of AI introduces new risk profiles for procurement. where the risk lies and who has to take over that risk, the buyer or the supplier. So that's something I'm interested in. And my name's Ian, and I'm from the UK, but I'm half Danish.
Oh,
So
we continue the trend.
The Scandinavian trend carries on.
I like that. Thank you. I'm going to call on Camilla then, because we need to hear from the ladies in the room too, you know, so please.
So I'm Camilla, I'm from the Open Contracting Partnership, and I'm really interested to learning more about what the European community is doing, what all you're doing, and also sharing about experiences. And since at OCP we have a new strategy focused on the people on the planet, we want to hear about new initiatives on how procurement can lead to that. So lovely to meet you all.
Thank you, Camilla. Anyone else? No? All right, then we continue. So we're going to do just a little bit of framing, and I think you already know now why you're here, and I think these objectives are very well grounded in what we heard in the opening remarks, and also just now what people reported back from your conversations. But we really want to align on those opportunities and challenges of what can happen next in Europe, right? We're hearing about some challenges, about some exciting opportunities of what could change, and that's exactly what we want to explore. We also want to dive deeper into some of the issues, and some of them you heard in the opening remarks. You heard about sustainability. Ian mentioned artificial intelligence. We heard about data, and also social value. Tomorrow we will talk about social value. So some of these really pressing topics that matter to all of us, we will dive deeper, especially when we get into the breakout groups over the next 2 days. And then the last one is really important to us, because I always say, you know, often we are so focused on the panels and the breakouts, but the real magic in a conference happens over lunch or at the Colosseum yesterday, and then this evening at the dinner and the Mercati. So we really invite you to participate and be part of that, right? Because we said we need to be together. We are this community, and you build community through social interactions. And we really hope to create that during this conference. So we gave you long lunch breaks and organized some very nice events so that you can develop that sense of being together. And this is reflected in our agenda. This morning, right now, we're looking at the current state. In the first panel, we will kind of explore what's happening right now, what is our departure point for this conversation and this conference. And then this morning, we will dive deeper into digitization and sustainability. In the afternoon, after lunch, we will have breakout groups, because that's really where everyone gets to talk and to explore. And we will have, we focus on artificial intelligence, both on the side of how can the technology itself help procurement, but also how can you use the law and regulations to regulate AI, right? Which are two sides that have to come together to make this work. Tomorrow, we will talk about social value and then look to the future, right? What do we want to do next? And then we have 3 rounds of breakout groups that focus more on data, procurement monitoring, and policy reforms. And throughout, I will show you these slides again so that you kind of know where we are and what's coming next in our journey together. And also, because we don't want to just be here to talk and then walk away, right? We are hoping that at the end of the conference, we can have a shared kind of vision statement, like a conference statement that captures some of the ideas and principles and values that we are all aligning around as a community. And in the opening remarks, you already heard some of them, right? We heard that it's important to be open by design, so have transparency. We heard about being purposeful, right? Procurement needs to have a goal, it needs to have a purpose. We also heard about integration, right? And how much that matters. It came up as one of the challenges, right? Having these levels of the European Union with national strategies, how do we promote integration? So at the coffee break and where the lunch will be, we printed out the vision statement and put it on flip charts. And we put some sticky notes there as well. So when you have a moment, you know, we would love for you to go and read the vision statement and then see what you agree with. You can leave a little sticky note. It's also on the website, and this is the link to the website where you also find the agenda and the vision statement so that you can read it. And tomorrow we will come back to the vision statement when Karolis does the closing session. He will kind of summarize the feedback that you have given us and therefore what our joint statement could be. So take a moment when you have time later to read it. All right, and this is our time together. So I only have two more slides, but these are important, right? Active engagement, you already can see that I'm trying to get you active and participate, but that is something that makes this is the difference between a good conference and a great conference, right? It's how much everyone participates and how much you are willing to contribute. Also how much you listen, you know, which is, there's not good internet in this room, which I think is great, because it means, right, we can pay attention to each other and be less on the phones, which is hard to do these days. But we know that everyone, you know, sometimes you have this really urgent email, this important call, take it, right? But ideally, you walk outside and do it outside, because it can be a little sad, right, when people speak up here and then you see everyone looking at their phone and no one actually listens to you. So if you can, take it outside and participate actively. We also, you know, want to be curious and empathetic. And I know that sometimes that can sound really cheesy, right? But we want to disagree in here, right? We want to hear all the different point of opinions. But that might mean that someone has a different opinion to you. And that's okay, right? We will listen, we will learn more, and we can disagree respectfully. And I wanted to ask if you have any other ground rules that you would like to follow while we are together. One thing that I should mention, we are being live streamed. So the morning, everything that happens in this room is also being live streamed on YouTube. So only say things that you're comfortable with living on YouTube. Yeah? If you think about something, you know, please do let us know. And, you know, if you feel like we are not following our code of conduct, do also let us know. You can always come and find me and let me know. Yeah? All right. I think this is my last slide, but just a little bit of logistics. We already talked about the feedback, so we will come back to this after the networking session. So right after lunch, there's a networking session, and there will be one question around the vision statement. So do make sure that during the coffee break, you glance at this. This evening, we will have a wonderful dinner, and we are getting a tour of the markets. Again, you know, I understand you might feel tired, but it is a very special experience. It will be a private tour of parts that you normally can't always see. So if you can make it, you know, we really invite you to join us. And the buses will depart from here right after the conference. And then the dinner is following the tour very close to the markets. And if you have any questions about that, you can always ask downstairs at the registration. And this is our website. All right, so with that, we will dive right in at the current state of procurement, and I invite Gavin up to host the next panel, and we're doing great on time, so Gavin, you have the full hour.
Wonderful.
Usiamo il microfono? Sì.
Microphone on?
Yes,
Can
now
you
it
hear
works.
me? Yeah? Is it clear? Great, fantastic. So, first of all, thank you so much to our wonderful hosts, ANAC. I mean, what a beautiful set of locations to both remember the past and think great thoughts about the future. So I think just another round of applause for the incredible hosting. Thank you so much, Giuseppe. Thank you. So procurement, as we know, is all about the people, right? We focus a lot on the rules, the compliance, the laws, and the process, but ultimately it's all about the public benefit. We're talking about a huge amount of public spending, $1 in every $3 by probably every government that's here in the room, and we have 26, which is amazing. And we have to focus on how that delivers extraordinary value to ordinary people. It's where people see their tax euros at work, delivering the vital goods, works, and services on which they and we all depend. And so, as we think about the next generation of procurement, it's really worth putting people right at the center of that. And so this first panel is all about that. So I would like to invite the four fantastic participants we have up on stage, and I will introduce them. Thank you. Please come up. Tried to hack the venue a little bit by having a kind of informal setting here where we can see each other and have a conversation. Oh, hello, pleasure to see you. And we're trying to make it fun. We've got a couple of initial questions for people to reflect on, but also we're going to have some audience participation. So there'll be your opportunities to ask questions later on. So get your thinking hats on. So firstly, let me introduce everyone. So we have Erica Boze, and Erica is the Deputy Head of Infrastructure and Public Procurement Division of the OECD. We have Gustavo Piga. Gustavo is a full professor of economics at the University of Rome Tor Vergata, and he also chairs the International Master's Program on Public Procurement Management there. And if that wasn't enough, Gustavo is also the chairman of CONSIP as well. Was also the chairman of CONSIP in the past. So some great and valuable experiences there on the real practical meat of delivering public procurement and value to citizens. We have also another fantastic thinker and leader in our space, Anna Maria Lachimia, and she's a professor of law and development and director of the Public Procurement Research Centre at the University of Nottingham. Thank you so much for joining us. And then last, we have Konstantin Palikarski, and Konstantin is a regional advisor on anti-corruption for the UN ODC, the UN's Office of Drugs and Crime, and he also works on crime prevention and criminal justice around the region. So perhaps we could start with a question to Erica, if we may. And Erica, you know, the OECD has been perhaps the key global organization really elevating the importance of public procurement, right? And pointing out how important it is to government and to people. So tell us, both on your OECD experience and also your experience elsewhere, about why you think public procurement matters and why it kind of touches so profoundly on the lives of ordinary citizens.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? So first of all, thank you very much for inviting OECD to this conference. And I'm honored that I can represent OECD in this panel. And it's a really, really timely discussion for us as well, because you might know that OECD has its standard on public procurement, which is called the OECD Recommendation on Public Procurement. And this is a recommendation which was adopted by the Council of the OECD. So it, of course, represents the views of OECD members. And this is the main standard regarding public procurement. And we are just in the stage of monitoring the implementation of this recommendation, and also thinking about the future of the OECD recommendation on public procurement. So it's not just the European Commission who is doing now this extensive work on measuring and assessing, evaluating the impacts of the European directives, but OECD is doing a similar exercise, working closely with OECD members, because we are collecting a lot of data and information from OECD members. I just had a discussion with colleagues from ANAC who said that we ask so many questions, and we know, but this is a really reliable and important information for us to understand what are the trends in OECD countries, and also understanding how our members see what should be the direction of public procurement or the future of public procurement. So we really appreciate all the efforts that you put in replying to these questions. And coming back to your question, Gavin, yes, indeed, I guess OECD has been promoting the strategic use of public procurement, as we like to say it, for a really long time. I guess OECD was one of the first, if not the first, international organization that put this topic on the agenda and started to make research analysis around the topic. And this work started with green public procurement, or something that we call now green public procurement. I just checked, and the first recommendation that the OECD adopted on this topic was in 2002. There was a recommendation about how to improve the environmental performance of public procurement. And of course, since then, we worked closely with our members on this topic intensively, also broadening the scope of strategic public procurement beyond these environmental considerations, looking at other aspects such as supporting SME development, boosting innovation, supporting the transition to circular economy, or using public procurement as a gender mainstreaming tool, contributing to social responsibility. Of course, OECD, as its name shows, is an organization for economic cooperation and development. So we are focusing a lot on these kind of economic aspects. But at some point, not just we who are working on public procurement policies, but others in OECD also started to look at how public policies can impact the life of citizens. So that's why I was really happy when I saw the title of this agenda, title of this panel, How Can Public Procurement Improve the Lives of Europeans? So we are also trying to look at this angle, even if the research of our focus is also on, let's say, on the economic dimensions. I think that we agree that public procurement plays a significant role in the economic system. It can be a tool for economic development. And as I said, we analyze these linkages and correlations very often. But sometimes we also need to stop and also think about what kind of impact public procurement have on citizens' well-being, because public procurement can be also crucial in affecting all dimensions of well-being, including the economic, environmental, social, and human aspects. And especially when public procurement is used strategically, it can lead to improvements in all aspects of well-being, such as healthcare, education, innovation, job opportunities, social inclusion, or the quality and integrity of public institutions. So definitely the impacts of public procurement are not limited to savings generated by efficient and effective procedures, but it can also impact the life of citizens, impact the different dimensions of well-being. But then, of course, there is a question how we can measure these impacts on well-being. Obviously, the so-called traditional economic indicators do not tell us the whole story. And I would like to mention as an interesting example and experiment from the last couple of years, when OECD developed a framework which is focusing specifically on well-being. It's not a public procurement related or specific framework. It's focusing on the general aspect of well-being. It's basically a framework for measuring well-being and the progress made by governments in ensuring well-being for their citizens. It is based on the assumption that the well-being of citizens depends partly on their wealth, but it's also influenced by other factors such as health status, education levels, the physical environment they live in, and their ability to participate in society. And basically, it offers a framework for monitoring progress and prosperity in this sense. There are a lot of factors that it looks at, ranging from civic engagement to housing, from household income to work-life balance, and from skills to health status. And the framework considers both people's current well-being, but also the future of the well-being of citizens. And this future well-being is measured via 4 dimensions of natural, human, social, and economic capital. And why I'm mentioning this framework? Because we had the opportunity a couple of years ago to work with Germany, who asked for a comprehensive review of their public procurement system. And of course, they wanted to understand a lot of things around the efficiency of their system, the productivity of their system, the state of play of centralization in public procurement. But they also wanted to understand how their system and its operation is really affecting the life of citizens. And we were thinking about how we can really measure these impact. And this is when we applied this OECD well-being framework and adjusted it to the public procurement reality. I don't want to go into the details and explaining how this measurement framework looks like and what we really looked at during this review, but I just wanted to highlight that we should always consider that beyond the financial economic impacts, which are really important for us, there are always impact on the citizens' life. And basically, public procurement is somehow about delivering public services, making the life of our citizens better. And this is the link also to the strategic use of public procurement. And also, this is the reason why in the last few years we also looked at more closely not just green public procurement, but doing research and analysis on socially responsible public procurement, looking at the correlations between public procurement and human rights, or how public procurement can be used as a gender mainstreaming tool. And this is not just our own interest at the OECD Secretariat, but this is also the interest of OECD members who are asking more research on this topic, but also asking for bilateral work. And before I finish, just also mentioning that we have several other initiatives which are somehow putting, let's say, citizens in front of some research policy debate also about public procurement policies, such as the Reinforcing Democracy Initiative, which is really focusing on what governments can do to reinforce trust in public institutions, how they can fight against the misinformation, disinformation, but it also looks at how public procurement can be used as a real tool by governments to reinforce the trust in the public sector and as a result, hopefully, reinforcing our democracies.
I love the fact that you are framing kind of things so holistically in terms of well-being, and then how exciting you've been experimenting directly and collaborating with Germany to measure public procurement's impact on that and everything else. So that's a really interesting. And I think Giuseppe put it so well at the start when you said the procurement decisions you make today have a profound impact on people's lives in future. So now, if I may, I'll turn to Anna Maria. And so you have such a kind of distinguished career in both kind of Italy and the UK. You've always excelled in blending the kind of legal analysis with the real world impacts, what procurement means for human rights, for economic inclusion, and for things like, really tangible things like better school meals. So tell us about that, and how do we bring together that kind of world of procurement policy and law with real world impacts?
Thank you, Gavin. Can you hear me? Is it on? Yeah. Thanks to the organizers for the conference, because and sorry, Gavin, if I repeat what you said about how excellent is the conference, but as an Italian abroad, I'm especially proud, because so often we hear bad things about Italy, and instead, when things go well, and the work that ANAC is doing is at the forefront of innovation, so we can't but be proud, and I feel a little bit prouder than anybody else because I'm abroad, and I'm always at the receiving end when there is something about corruption. People look at me and I have to point out about, but in Switzerland you have the banks that keep the money, so I always have to say things like that. So I'm really proud, but I think that this also makes a very good parallel with what happens with procurement. That too often we hear just the negative things about procurement. And I think it's really about time to change the narrative about procurement and try to engage people in a different way. Because if we change the narrative about what procurement can do, and if we uncover what procurement can do, and we have good example, then I think it will be easier also to make people appreciate the role and the function of procurement officials, why it is important, why it needs to be reformed. And in this respect, I really liked the introduction by President Busia, because it's a forward-looking introduction. It brings us to the future. and a positive future. And, you know, at the same time, the chairman talked about togetherness and that we can't do this on our own. And this, for whoever was a global revolution, half of you, in June, know that this is a topic that I hold very dear to my heart, of the fact of trying to be a united community. So I think we are off to a very good start in this respect, and I'm very, you know, energized by this. So Catherine was asking, what do you hope to get? I was thinking, maybe I want to be energized to be able to do this for another 20 years. But you mentioned, Gavin, my attitude to link practical aspect with theoretical one. And I think that this is partially comes and is linked to my background and my formation. So my first degree was in Italy, whereas there is a very strong theoretical foundation. But then I moved to the UK to do an LLM and a PhD, where law in context is very strong, where you can't disassociate law from what happens in real life. You study case law. And procurement very easily can make you realize this as a sector where you can really see the practical implications. And I was fortunate to come to procurement from a development background before development became a buzzword associated with the SDGs. Because I've always looked at the aid sector and how procurement was spent when delivering aid in developing countries. And in developing countries, you can really see the practical negative effect of bad procurement. So if food procurement goes bad, people go hungry. And I'm saying you can see in a more evident way. It doesn't mean that there are a negative effect when procurement goes bad in developed countries, but because we have more resources, what goes bad in one sector is somehow compensated on another. But if we don't reform, if we don't change, we are destined to, what did Draghi call it? A long agony. In his recent report. So I think that's why there is a real necessity to change things, to make it more effective. And we buy for citizens, we try to make the most of limited resources, but what and how we buy really matters and can have an impact. And on this respect, I often think about what the former UN rapporteur for poverty said. And he said that poverty is a political choice. And I say the political choices are made real with money. And the way we spend money and where we allocate it and how efficient we are at spending money is at the end, has a real impact on the rights of citizens. And it becomes a political choice as well. So it's a political decision that has to be made to really make the reform, to really change. So it's important that we've heard, for example, the Council of Europe saying that they want to make change. The political agenda of the newly re-elected president of the European Commission talking about the need to reform procurement. Because it's a political commitment, and we need that political commitment. But in terms of looking at the political outcomes, you mentioned food security and school meals. So I did quite a lot of research on school meals. And just to give you a quick idea of how a human rights framework can make a difference when we look at procurement. With my colleague, for example, with Lucciarini and Celata, we wrote an article on school meals in Italy. And we looked at where schools with full day education are distributed. And so the schools that provide full day education also provide school meals. For those of you in the northern countries that don't know how it works in other countries, not everyone offers school meals, not every school offers school meal, because sometimes school finishes at 1 o'clock and kids go back to eat at home. And you can imagine the implication that this has for those who attend for the care of kids, especially women. So in our research, we looked at where the schools are allocated that provide school meals. And it comes out that in the South, that is also the poorest, with the highest number of unemployed women, there are the fewer schools that provide school meals. And so it becomes a vicious circle. Why do they do that? For a series of reasons. One of them is because doing a tender for providing the school meals is quite complicated. So schools don't necessarily want to do that unless they incentivize. And I think that that is where we can see a practical implication of where if we had enhanced the resources, if we made it mandatory to have school meals, if we had the trained staff to procure, then this service would be available everywhere, even in the areas where this is not provided. Another example that I saw was, for example, in developing countries where school meals were provided alongside private providers who were also selling food. Now, of course, school meals had to be nutritious and provide under certain standards. Private providers didn't have to respect such standards, so they were serving burgers and fried chicken. Kids were under the school meals didn't want to eat for the school meals because they didn't want to be singled out and be seen as those in need. Now, if we apply a human rights framework to that concept, we would see that a human rights framework and the right to food doesn't require just to feed people, but to feed oneself in dignity. And isolating, alienating kids is not dignity, is not dignified. So when we are trying to reform the procurement system, we have tried to suggest a system that is inclusive for everybody. So trying to see, okay, can we involve the private companies to ensure that they can also provide the school meals and the subsidized school meals, but they also meet the nutrition standards that are required for the school meals. And in this way, you can make a real difference. And I think, you know, that's how then I ended up liking procurement.
Thank you. What an amazing answer with so many real-world examples. Just a very quick follow-up question. Obviously, there's that level that you said, human dignity, and elevating that and thinking through the real-world implications of procurement decisions. And there's also about economic inclusion of women-owned businesses and small businesses. And so perhaps touch on that as well in your experience, just very briefly.
Yes, I could talk forever, so I don't know if you really know what you've done by asking me about inclusion in procurement. But, you know, because, you know, I was the quality officer in my school for 6 years, and they are still crying, the men in my school. I'm joking. I'm joking. They are all very nice because we are recorded. I had forgotten. Yes, but it's true that procurement, to me, the point is that procurement is not neutral. It is gendered and it's gendering. So it has very different implications for certain sexes. So if we look at the health sector, if we look at the social services, it's mostly women that are employed. Small businesses is mostly owned by women. And, you know, we know that procurement goes, only 1% of procurement worldwide goes to women-owned businesses. And it's gendering because by continuing to only cater for men or to neglect men, to pretend that it's neutral, continues to perpetrate the division that there are in society and continues to disempower women and undermine the efforts that women make. So all the reforms that we've seen also being implemented in Italy, for example, to try to ensure equality within the workforce are quite important. But one thing, because I know I'm taking a lot of time, but one thing I want to say is that it's really important on gender responsive procurement to try to go beyond performance or reaction. So we need to understand, I think, that procurement is not neutral. that by neglecting the gender implication that procurement can have, we risk normalizing exploitation. So we need to ask who is paying for the low price of tender. If we are employing a cleaning service, we know that cleaning ladies are mostly lady, you know, in the service sector. Similarly for social care. So we need to ask if we always apply the lowest price, and we know by the Court of Auditor reports that still 80% of tenders are awarded in the EU through the lowest price. We need to ask who is paying that price. And we need to ask if it's women that are still paying that price.
Thank you so much. I think such a fantastic and powerful framing. Again, people at the centre of that and thinking through the implications of all our procurement decisions. If I may, I'll turn to you, Gustavo, right, and so on. So you've been another key thinker and writer about procurement across Europe, particularly linked to kind of innovation, opportunity, and economic development. Obviously, we have Mario Draghi handing down his landmark report on European competitiveness as well. So tell us about that link and why it kind of matters to everyone here and to citizens across Europe.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Delighted to be here. I promise I will not start by saying that GDP, public procurement touches 15% of GDP. Okay? At least out of respect for the many other dimensions of well-being Erica was talking about that public procurement affects, the ecological one, the social one, the communitarian and local one, which GDP often fails to account for properly. Which leads me straight to one issue with your question, Gavin, which is the one key challenge, which I would name trade-offs, dilemmas in public procurement. It has to do with the complexity of representing society. It has to do with ensuring democracy effectiveness with respect to citizens through public procurement. And let me be more clear about what I mean. Not everything, let me just give a large example. We know very well that not everything that is green is social. Not everything that is green is local and communitarian. Just let me give you two examples, a global one and a local one. At the global level, we know that procurement of lithium right now is destroying local communities and habitats, threatening human rights of populations and workers, for one. At the local level, President, allow me to speak about our region. Right now, there's a huge amount of procurement of wind energy that is going on in the island of Sardinia, which is currently threatening to devastate the island's natural habitat, historical churches, local traditions, scientific sites. And by the way, the people of Sardinia right now, this moment, are in the streets against this type of procurement. So how do we go for it? I argue not the obvious when I say that the answer might have to do with the quality of democratic institutions, the quality of citizen representation, right? One positive note I want to make clear is that it's the issue of grown awareness of public procurement impact. I'm old enough to say that compared to 20 years ago, we are much more aware of the public procurement impact. What we started 20 years ago as universities claiming that this should be the case is now a well-recognized fact across institutions. But I'm talking about awareness of impact, not about impact, okay? So it's a necessary but not sufficient condition. I will go back to impact in just a second. Let me give you two straight examples about awareness. You mentioned Mario Draghi and his recent report on Europe. Well, guess what? Type how many times the word procurement, public procurement, appears in the report. 20 times. 20 years ago, impossible even to find it once. Now, it's true, 12 times out of 20 is about defense. It has a lot to do with local preferences, infant industry, very interesting to read about. Let me take another example. Just a few months ago, a very short article on the Financial Times, two gentlemen, the leader of Germany, the leader of France, Monsieur Macron, Mr. Scholz, came out with a joint article about what was needed in Europe, okay? And I'm gonna quote, "We have to make full use of and significantly accelerate existing EU instruments from important projects of common European interest to the role of public procurement. Now, I lived a whole life to wait that 2 prime ministers would write an article in the Financial Times mentioning the word public procurement. And so this is great. But from awareness to impact, I have an impression that the road is long and bumpy, particularly for Europe and particularly for strategic procurement. Let me give you 2 concrete examples. Anna Maria mentioned the recent European Court of Auditors 2023 report. Well, let me read you from the main conclusions on what the European Court of Auditors says about the key objective of what we call the 2014 Public Procurement Directive. Key objectives of that reform are not yet met 10 years later. And it recommends some basic stuff. A, simplification. B, increase the SME's share that is completely stagnating. 3, much more transparency. 4, listen to this, strategic procurement, this is what Anna Maria was basically saying, strategic procurement is implemented to a very limited extent, and lowest bid still accounts for the bulk of the awards. Well, that's one issue that something is going wrong about impact. Let me take another one, a true concrete example, the Recovery and Resiliency Plan, okay? A great plan and a great opportunity for public procurement to show off its impact. Well, let me take a country of, because I know the data about Italy, but I'm quite convinced that this is very similar all over Europe. Money is there, but procurement is not. The tenders are late, the awards are late, contract management has not even started. And let me say about strategic procurement, there was this huge innovation about preferences in the tenders for the recovery plan on gender and on youth employment. Well, guess what? As of April 2024, maybe the data are different now, 2/3 of the public procurers that did tenders have motivated their unwillingness to proceed forward with these. So I'm going to conclude by just asking why, right? One of the whys has probably to do with what Anna Maria was saying, at the micro level, capacity building, right, in training, in organization. Maybe if we have time, we'll come back to this. But I want to talk about politics. I want to talk about political representations of citizens through public procurement. Think about what is common and it makes it difficult to do strategic procurement. You'll always hear it. It's expensive. Green is expensive. SMEs is expensive. Human rights, expensive to monitor. We know, tons of research, that this is not true in the long term. But it may be true in the short term. So maybe we could argue that the problem is that politicians have a short-term horizon. I suspect that this is not exactly the case. I think the real problem, the real skeleton in the room is about political preferences and therefore about democracy. When I hear favoring SMEs, I think that governments would like to say, I would like to favor multinationals. When I hear about green or human rights, I think that governments would prefer businesses as usual. And let me go back to conclude to the article of Macron and Scholz that I mentioned before. In that article, you will find, it tells you about priorities of politics. In that article, you will find, it's a short article, okay, very short. 11 times the word markets or competitiveness is mentioned. I'm going to ask you now, how many times will you find any one of these words? Employment, wages, the word social, or the word environment in their article about the future of Europe? Yes, you've guessed right. 0 times. So I think that Houston, we may have a problem. We may have a problem of democracy and representation, but we may have a problem also for public procurement to fully demonstrate its true power to make lives better off for citizens and to make Europe proceed forward successfully. Thank you so much.
love the way you also mentioned trade-offs, right? This is profoundly challenging trade-offs we have to confront as we think about the next generation of procurement in Europe. So obviously you chaired in the past CONSIP. You had to both look at those trade-offs in reality, but also you were doing just the gritty business of change management and building capacity across an institution. So just tell us about your experience and insights, just quite quickly, but love to hear a bit more.
In 2 hours, right? I spent 3 unforgettable, fantastic years at CONSIP, meeting fantastic people. Some of them are also in this room. And I came out of that with fantastic memories, but with 2 very strong convictions about public procurement from that experience, one positive and one negative. The positive one that professionalism matters tremendously, especially when you set that professionalism in interdisciplinary teams of people who work together, people who are rewarded by their organization, and that since they are trusted, they are translated into autonomy and discretion, obviously checked by data, as we always say. That's the positive aspect. The negative aspect I came out with that experience is that centralization and aggregation of demand hurts tremendously SMEs and local needs and local culture. You may say, so what has this to do, your experience with Europe? In my opinion, it has to do a lot with what is going on in Europe. I think that the European Union directive in 2014 has forced, in a huge amount, centralization, explaining the data of the European Court of Auditors of why the share of SMEs is stagnant. We know why the European Union wants that, because it is fixated with the idea that we need to show also through public procurement that there is cross-border trade, and who can go in cross-border trade if not large multinationals, okay? And so we need to have large tenders. I might remind you that in the United States of America, just to mention one of the countries, aggregation is totally discouraged, centralization is totally discouraged, and there are huge preferences for SMEs. One thing I also wanted to say very quickly about professionalization. What has the European Union done for professionalization? Well, one thing fantastic it did in 2017, it came out with a fantastic, how do you call it, recommendations. We were so happy when they came out. Let me just very quickly say, listen to the music. Human resources have the right, must have the right qualifications, training skills, and experience needed for their level of responsibility. This means securing experienced, skilled, motivated staff, offering the necessary training and continuous professional development, as well as developing a career structure and incentives to make the public procurement function attractive and to motivate public officers to deliver on strategic outcomes. This is music to our ears. Now ask yourself, out of the thousands of reforms that the European Commission has forced during the austerity period and during the recovery, not austere period, to member states, not even once the request of resources, as Anna Maria was claiming, were asked to be found at the European level or at the national level for this. Why? I suspect that this means that we need to have stronger public administration with more money and more people working to keep them working and not leave for the private sector. And since the neoliberal mission of the European Commission is not one that wants to see large governments and effective ones, it's my conspiracy theory, we have not seen that. And so I think that these are key issues.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And also it touches on that Maria Mazzucato point about mission-driven government and the infantilization of, let's call it, administrations by relying on consultants too much and outsourcing our thinking around strategic kind of opportunities to like shape markets and everything else. So Konstantin, if I may turn to you. So obviously you oversee anti-corruption, good governance reforms, particularly around across the Balkans and everything else. I just want to know, where are you really excited for reforms there? And what do you see as the kind of impacts on citizens in the region?
Thanks a lot, Gavin. Thanks a lot also to the organizers of this most interesting conference, ANAC, KPP and OCP, for inviting UNODC and me here. It's a real pleasure to be in Rome and have the chance to meet you and to discuss with you the future of procurement in Europe. Some of you very few of you, I'm sure, because most of you know, wonder what UNODC has to do here. Some of you may even wonder what is UNODC. We are the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and UNODC is the guardian of the UN Convention Against Corruption, which in its Article 9 calls for the states parties to base their procurement systems on the principles of transparency, competition, and objective criteria in decision making, and give some examples. How can that be achieved? And for us, procurement is hugely important. And last week, only last week, procurement was one of the main topics of discussion during the panel of one of the panels of the Working Group on Prevention, one of our important bodies, intergovernmental bodies in UNODC. I think that the answer on how can public procurement improve the lives of Europeans actually is, well, it is connected to a large extent with the concept of effectiveness. A tool can only achieve the goals that we want to achieve when we use that tool, if that tool is effective. And we need to ask ourselves the question, what makes public procurement ineffective? And one of the answers, not the answer, but one of the many answers, is, of course, corruption. We all know, and I will also not speak about the 16%, but we all know that there is a huge intersection. Procurement is an area of intersection between public interest and private interests. And the private interest, the interest of the big companies that participate in procurement, is to make a big profit. The public interest is to spend as little money as possible and build a good highway. Now, those two interests need to be reconciled. If they're reconciled correctly, it's all good and well. If corruption is used, then, well, there's a problem with the effectiveness. And we believe that its integrity in the procurement needs to be strengthened throughout, all over the world, to achieve its goals. Otherwise, no matter what honorable goals we set, if the tool is inefficient, we will not achieve those goals. Yeah? So, back to your question, in the Western Balkans we definitely saw significant progress. At least at face value we see that public procurement systems are strengthened throughout the region. We see that e-procurement systems are introduced widely, literally everywhere. And we see that procurement authorities are established and that interesting practices are introduced, including transparency practices, including the use of red flags and red flag modules embedded in those newly established IT systems. Those are all great developments. Still, I think it would be fair to say that perception of corruption remains quite high, and the overall perception about the effectiveness of public procurement is rather low. Why is that the case? Well, first of all, there's of course the issue of inconsistent application and enforcement of laws, and we hear that all the time. But I think that it's not only that, because very often we say that and then we come up with the idea of political will, and then we say, well, if they want to do it, they will do it. They don't want to do it, therefore they don't want to do it. That's not exactly true. Very often, people want to do something, but they cannot, because they lack the tools, because they lack the skills, because they lack the knowledge. Very often, some people may want to achieve a goal, but that doesn't happen because there are many other people who like, well, business as usual, and they would prefer to keep the status quo. So there's also that. It's not only about the people in the public administration not being able to enforce the laws. It's also the fact that we have business sector that is used in operating in a certain environment. It is used to use certain patterns of communication with private sector and the public sector. and it maintains those patterns of communications. It's also interesting to explore the question about enforcement. We see there are not so many cases of effective law enforcement in the region where essentially we see that a corruption case in procurement is investigated and it is effectively investigated and then in court the prosecution is successful. Why is that so? I think a main lesson that we can draw from here is that in highly complex cases such as procurement, coordination is of crucial importance. And far too often we see that people do not necessarily coordinate when they have to address a problem, when they have to address a suspected fraud or irregularity in a procurement process. That lack of coordination can take many forms. It could take the form of, for example, the internal control officer in the contracting authority, after he or she identifies a problem, not necessarily reporting it down the chain, or the organization may not necessarily refer it to the police for investigation, or the police may decide that it is not necessary when it receives information on a certain case to bring in experts from the organizations that are involved. That leads us to an important lesson. Coordination is crucial. If we want to achieve effectiveness, if we want to be effective in strengthening the integrity of the procurement, we really need to work together. It is not the business of the anti-corruption body to ensure the integrity of the procurement. It's not the business of the procurement authority to ensure the integrity of the procurement. It's the business of every individual contracting authority that spends its own money, and it's the business of the procurement authority and the anti-corruption bodies and the police and the prosecution and the civil society in different aspects, in different ways. And if we lack one of those elements of coordination, then it becomes hard.
Again, you're touching on that gritty business of change management in public procurement as we look at what the next generation holds, how we build on that professionalization that you spoke so profoundly about, but that business of institutional change and coordination across the institutions, and for everyone in the Western Balkans, an offer of help from the UNODC to help you think through the best practices and approaches around that. And then I think we heard from Yone today, talking from Albania's experience about the loop of, it's not like you solve these problems overnight. You build the digital processes, you accept more complaints, you act on those complaints, people see you acting on them, you're making well-argued evidence-based decisions, people begin to trust a bit more, and gradually these things build and we change. And I think Albania is an exceptional leader in the region, sort of showing how to build that trust, for sure. We promised you questions. Ebby was so amazing and had so many good things to say. We still have some time, though. So perhaps I could ask for 3 questions at a time, and I can do the roving microphone if there is. Is there one in the back? Okay, perfect. So I'll do it. Who would like to ask a question? Hands up, please. Fantastic. One there, one there. Okay, I think we have our first 3 questions. Yeah. I'll share this one with the audience. Please. Yeah.
Hi, Ian again from Spend Network. It strikes me that one of the problems that we see a lot with public procurement is that a think tank will work with the minister to come up with a policy. That minister will then say, right, I want this policy to be initiated, and he will speak to his civil servants, or she will speak to her civil servants, and they will establish a plan for implementing that, and then they'll go and speak to procurement. And really, by the time the specification is drafted, it's already quite a long way from the initial policy initiative. They've already made so many compromises that the delivery of the contract won't necessarily meet the original policy goals. But then the contract gets renegotiated by a supplier because there are, only 2 or 3 bids. And and by the time actually you're delivering, it's nothing like the original policy. And I wondered what feedback loops we could think about creating. Of course, this is all convenient because if it goes wrong, you get to blame procurement as well. So that works. But what feedback loops could we bring into the process to make sure that the ministers know, actually, you're not going to get the policy you initiated if we go through with this procurement?
Had a couple more questions over there, I think. Sorry, no. Perfect. In the middle.
Hello. So this is to Giuseppe, no, Gustavo, I mean. So my interpretation of what you said in the end is that harmonization, centralization and aggregation can actually be counterproductive to increased SME participation, which I can appreciate. I can appreciate that argument. But I also see clear pros with harmonization. For example, less time spent on learning several different systems to be able to participate in public procurement, and also better tools for tracking statistics, corruption, etc., etc. So I wonder if you have thought about those kinds of trade-offs when making that argument.
Great question. And one more from someone? Oh,
Sorry, what is your name again?
Samuel Penning.
Thank you very much. Valentina Bianchini from University of Rome, Tor Vergata. I think a very important question that all the panelists kind of touched upon is how can Europeans, meaning like people that live in Europe, know that public procurement has improved their own lives? And I really would like to ask international organization represented in the panel, how can they know, in particular, if public procurement has improved, not the economic dimension, but the social and the environmental one? We have little data about impact, about public procurement impact. So we'd like to know if you're doing something about measuring the impact of public procurement and communicating it to people in Europe, but also in other regions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Right. Let's answer those questions. So let's start first with the question on the measuring and communicating. Who would like to take that?
I can start, and the others can complement. I think it's a really important question. OECD is developing measurement frameworks, so this is what we can do. And actually we developed a quite comprehensive public procurement measurement framework, which also includes elements on, let's say, social aspects, social sustainability. But of course the question is how you can get data that you can use to really apply these kind of measurement frameworks in the practice. And you might know that of course, we are also doing some desk research, but whenever we are doing any kind of stock-taking report analysis, we usually rely on our members and their data submission. So I think the big question whether countries itself are collecting these data or not. And of course, if they collect this data, they can even use that measurement framework that we developed, or we can also analyze this data and do this kind of comparative analysis. So really briefly, I would say that there are already measurement frameworks. And of course, I mentioned the OECD framework, but there are other frameworks as well, which already gives a really good starting point to measure these impacts as well. But I think the data and the relevant data is still missing in this regard.
On this same question? On this? Yeah. Just on this, just to add, I think it's a matter as well at the local level, no, to try to raise awareness of what has happened and how it's happening. And I think that the joint work with civil societies in this respect can be an asset, because if we, and again, it's a change of mentality, not just using civil society for detecting fraud and corruption and for shouting when there is fraud and corruption, but also using civil society when there is something good. So I think on that, you know, there is something to be said, and a lot of work that could be done on that respect as well.
And academics too.
And of course, of course.
Fantastic. Let's turn to Gustavo. There was a question directly for you.
Another one?
No, it was the question on aggregation.
Yeah. I also wanted to come back to Ian a second.
Oh, perfect. Please do.
Very quickly. And then to Samuel. For Ian, I wanted to say, I have two levels of, obviously, it's an unanswerable question in a sense. No, it's okay. It's a key question. You'll never get perfection, right? I have to think that some things can help this process. At the micro level, we've had an incredible experience in Sardinia again, not because I want to push for that region, but they have done a best practice of putting together through masters and training programs, the firms, the public procurers, and the administratives together in training sessions. Now, it was a fantastic experience because at the beginning, there was silence in the room. For the first year, it was so difficult to make them speak. The resistances were huge. Over the years, the model has grown in a fantastic way. So this is one thing I wanted to say. The other, that Anna Maria knows it's coming, much larger. There are people like our colleague Geo Kino in South Africa, who argues that what comes next after the neoliberal approach to public procurement is what he calls the communitarian approach, is where exactly you start at the level of needs to debate. And I imagine that in his mind, that phase sees politicians, firms, and public procurers together, right? I mean, this is pure utopia, right? But still, there are some things that you can grasp. To Samuel, I wanted to say, first, when I said aggregation, I mean aggregation of tenders. If there is something fantastically useful, I think, that is not done at all, not true, wrong, in Holland, in the Netherlands, piano exists, it's aggregation of knowledge. Now, aggregation of knowledge is to be rewarded in every single step of the way at the national and European level. That's great. If we do it, let's go ahead. Aggregation of tenders, I'm not convinced that the issue is that you will gain less time through aggregation, through centralization. I think, again, that the choice you have to make is about professionalization. Imagine that instead of having one large guy that buys in Italy, you don't have 30,000 guys that buys, otherwise the president of ANAC is going to kill me, but you have 300 buyers, okay? So something, an intermediate structure for buyers. And for those 300, you spend money, very much, a huge amount of money to professionalize them, right? At that point, I am very suspicious that you would have longer times with these 300s compared to only one guy, and at least you have the advantages of not destroying completely SMEs by not making it impossible for them to participate. So it's about also the structure that you want to have in terms of the governance that you want to have and how much money you want to put into professionalization. My say is €1 in professionalization, €10 in return, okay?
Constantine, if I may ask you, you also deal with that kind of the gap between the reality of the policy as stated, the objectives. Question to Constantine as well on that gap between the the high ambition of the policy and the reality on the ground. How do you try to close that in your work?
Well, I'm not sure I will be able to speak on behalf of international organization on that, because after all, we're talking here about national policies. But I've spent some time, quite a lot of time actually, also in the civil service. So I've seen that. It actually speaks to me very loudly. And I think that there are 2 points to be made here. Now, the first point is that, of course, there's no guarantee that a process that started as one sort of a design will not change until the end. Rather, we would expect it to change. No, after all, this is why we hold all those public discussions, public hearings, and so on. And I would come back here to the procurement aspect and the issue of strengthening integrity in procurement. In many countries around the world, we see that there are systems where procurement plans are being discussed at the earliest possible stage. They're subject to public consultation at the earliest possible stage, and that hopefully helps bring some relevance in them. Not always, not always, but hopefully it does. But it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off, certainly. And another trade-off, actually, speaking of trade-offs, and that's not connected to the questions, but it's sort of important, so I thought I'd like to make that last point. Another trade-off is that whenever we strengthen the fight against corruption in procurement, we often do that by introducing additional rules, additional controls, additional checks. Now, that has an impact, that has a price. Price in time, price in human resources, price in efforts, price in money. We also need to be aware of that. And IT actually has the potential of being a useful tool here, or not, depending how it will be used. But we also need to be aware of that trade-off and think of it when we're trying to strengthen integrity in procurement. There's always trade-offs.
Perfect. So we are at time. Time is up, the monitor says, but just one closing or two closing sentences from each of you. So as we think about next generation procurement in Europe, what one thing are you most hopeful for, and what one thing do you think is the biggest challenge? I'll just hand the microphone down the line. So Gustav, you go first.
I see that we have the same, the challenge and the opportunity are exactly the same for public procurement in Europe. It's that public procurement in Europe has to transform radically itself. At the output level, I see it becoming truly strategic, bearing the short-term cost of green, SMEs, human rights for long-term benefits. At the input level, I see it becoming less centralized, more professionalized, again, a short-term cost for a long-term gain.
I think Gustavo said everything. And what I would like to highlight as a challenge that we need to also consider how we can keep the business sector's interest in making business with the government. I think a lot of reference was made to this European Court of Auditors report, which highlighted this really low level of competition. So I would say that yes, strategic public procurement, all these kind of goals, professionalization, but this is a challenge, but this is also an opportunity to really design a public procurement framework which keeps this interest of the business sector to make business with the government. So I think this is a challenge, but also an opportunity.
Thank you. I think the greatest challenge would be capacity. And it will be capacity at every possible aspect. Capacity of the contracting authorities to formulate the procurement processes the right way, capacity to carry them out properly, capacity to detect and disrupt corruption schemes, fraud schemes that are taking place. But also, and we rarely speak about it, capacity of the bidders to participate effectively. Participating in public procurement actually is not an easy task. It's not an easy process. You need very specialized knowledge and skills. That the limited number of companies that participate in procurement is explained partly with the fact that many companies don't know how to do it. When we speak particularly about SMEs, the specific knowledge and skills to apply for a public contract may stop you from doing so. Capacity is important at every possible level. There's so many. I mean, I really can't start here. We've discussed all that throughout our panel. Thanks.
For me, the challenges are the bystanders, those who just don't embrace the change and do not want to see that procurement is moving forward, and they don't want to implement the policies, the objective. So those for me are the biggest challenge, together with still very difficult and unclear legislation and regulations. In terms of way forward, I see procurement as a tool of coherence to bolster the EU objectives, the national objectives, the humanities objectives. And, as Draghi said, in our unity, we can find the strength to reform, and this applies to procurement as well. In our unity, we can move forward.
Fantastic. Thank you for this wonderful panel.
Right, thank you, everyone. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Thank you. And we heard maybe some pretty radical things here, right? They said procurement is representation, right? This is not something that we often talk about, especially if you're this day-to-day procurement official, as Ian said, right? And you're doing your purchasing. You do not necessarily think that the choice that you are making right now, that your procurement is also representation, right? They also said procurement is choice, right? And that's also often something that we don't talk about, the trade-offs, right? That we sometimes have this attitude, we can do all, or, I mean, some procurement officials feel they can't do anything, right? And living with that choice. We also talked about that procurement is political. And I do think that is something we talk about often here, but again, right, when you sit in this local government, you don't often feel, or when you feel it, then it's often not in the best way. So these are themes that we will come back to, right? Procurement is representation, procurement is choice, and procurement is political. These are really important topics that we will take forward with us. You noticed I lost my jacket. It's hot in here. So feel free to follow my example. Take the jackets and the ties off for tomorrow as well. The air conditioning is on. It will get cooler, but don't be shy to be in your t-shirt because we want you to be comfortable. And we're switching gears a little bit now. We have one more session before the coffee break, so we know we have to keep you awake, before you can have your next excellent espresso downstairs. So we have a different format, which is a lightning talk. We will have Andre here, and he will give a very interactive speech for you to listen to. And also, I will ask you one more question, where you have to stand up so that the phones can go away again and no one falls asleep. So of course we're talking about AI because it's before the coffee break, right? We know everyone has strong feelings and opinions about AI. There can be no procurement conference without talking about AI anymore. So we are doing that as well. So first I wanted to know you in your professional lives, who uses any kind of tools that involve artificial intelligence that might help you. So let's say in your Google searches, Grammarly, ChatGPT. If you use any of those kind of tools in your lives, stand up, please. Let's see, who uses AI? Very good, all right. So many of us already. All right. I also try not to use it, so yes. All right, thank you. Sit down again. And then, per le traduzioni, sì, anch'io. Ci aiuta, no? ChatGPT è abbastanza bene quando fa la traduzione. Sì. Very good. Good, and then I wanted to know, for those of you who are working government, but maybe also in a civil society, who has already been involved in a purchase of another technology that probably had some AI features? So were you involved in any kind of purchase of artificial intelligence? We had a lot of government in the room. Just to see, no, yes, there must be a few of you, exactly, but fewer, all right. So we all use it in our professional lives, but haven't done that much purchasing yet about it. So that's interesting. So with that, maybe Andre, I invite you to come up. Let's give Andre a round of applause, please. And we have the clicker here in theory. No. Adesso.
Oh, look at that.
Perfect.
Okay.
And it's the green button. Yeah? All right.
Good morning. And that sounds like that's working, which is brilliant. I was 10 minutes, yeah, sure. I was hoping that I was going to get the first mention of AI in there, but Catherine, you got there just a second before me. So too bad. So hi, everyone. My name's Andre Petheram. I'm the research lead and a consultant at Oxford Insights. We're a fairly small company from the UK, and we help governments use technology for the public good. And we also run the annual Government AI Readiness Index, which some of you may be familiar with. And today I thought it would be useful to reflect a bit on the recent hype surrounding AI and how we can all navigate that hype as we think about, firstly, how AI can be put to use in procurement to help procurement processes, but also on the other side, what do we actually need to know about AI if we are buying it for use elsewhere in government and in public services. So I thought I'd, oh, that's not, there we go. I thought I'd start with a selection of some of the more kind of the wilder headlines I could find. Of course, it is commonplace at the moment to hear that AI has enormous potential. It's potentially transformative across the whole of the economy, politics, and society, and of course, public procurement and public services, but it could be very dangerous. We've got discussion of extinction-level threat from AI in time there. I also like the free world must prevail as an example of how conversations about AI can actually quickly become almost apocalyptic in tone, though I do actually really recommend reading this set of examples. When you get into it, it's actually very interesting and genuinely scary. But nevertheless, I'm sure many of you have the feeling that much of the language surrounding AI, and particularly at the moment, generative AI, we'll come on to a definition of that kind of thing later, it's all a bit over the top, and it's often hard to tie back to the immediate problems that government face. So just to reflect on this hype a bit further, it's all manifested by massive spending in Silicon Valley. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Meta, Alphabet, Microsoft, and Amazon spent about $53 billion in capital spending in the last quarter alone. We're talking, there's estimates of capital spending reaching $1 trillion over the next few years. There's a huge data center gold rush going on, driven by AI. So there's a lot of actual kind of tangible investment that is following up on these kinds of headlines. I'll skip through this quickly just because of time, but it is worth mentioning there are some rumblings of skepticism over the summer around specifically focusing on the investment in Silicon Valley. It's worth reading Ed Zitron's blog at where'syoured.at for some examples of that. But I'll move on from here. So I think there's a real problem with this. And I think that if governments aren't careful, that there's a real risk that they'll end up being trapped in a kind of vicious cycle that's actually driven by all this AI hype. And I apologize if this is a bit too much inspired by our experience in the UK, but I think the cycle potentially goes a bit like this. So firstly, revenues are low, partly because of low productivity, especially because of low productivity in the public sector, which means you have big pressure on public service budgets and the quality of services, which means, therefore, and partly because of the hype we've just described, and actually because AI does present some genuine opportunities to governments, that governments are turning intensively to technology and AI, in language at least, in the hope that they can increase both the efficiency and the quality of public services together. But to buy and deliver this kind of new technology in government, governments need people with close familiarity with AI's capacities, a really good knowledge of the ins and the outs of the AI market, and I think behind this as well, people with an ability to break big, intractable problems down into smaller ones that you can start basing experiments around. We're talking about kind of service design skills, user research skills here. But getting that kind of capability in place would involve significant investment at all levels of government and not just in procurement functions, which isn't possible because of that initial budget problem. So then there's a risk of governments rushing into buying AI badly, building biased systems, and we already have some examples, for instance, the Dutch child benefits algorithm that you might be familiar with. There's the Australia robo-debt scandal, though technically that wasn't AI, but it's a good example of how that kind of automated decision-making could go wrong. And then you could end up being locked into long contracts with unfavorable terms to build the wrong thing. So public services get worse, you lose public trust, and that initial productivity problem is nowhere near being solved. So you have hype driving a potential vicious cycle, and you need to think about how do we start getting out of that. So to do that, I think To some extent, we need to go back to basics and give ourselves a bit of clarity around what AI actually is and what kinds of use cases are out there for public services and for procurement. So I'm apologizing if this is all very, very familiar to you and all these distinctions are clear. They are actually a bit contested, but I think they work for this. But I personally find it very hard to get into this kind of thinking without this kind of framework in front of me. So if we start with narrow AI, also known as weak AI, this is a system that uses machine learning to teach itself to get better at a single task in a single domain. And much of the AI in use today falls into this category. So you might use narrow AI within procurement processes to make them more efficient. And I was actually tried quite hard to find some really specific examples of where this has been put into practice, and I found it quite hard to do so publicly. I even asked ChatGPT to tell me what examples it could give me, and it gave me nonsense examples that weren't true, so I had to come up with my own example. I'm sure that many of you have real examples of this, so please, let's talk about that later on in the day and tell me why this is potentially nonsense. But hypothetically, you could have a system that used natural language processing to review the massive corpus of historical tender applications that governments all hold, which is full of text. And so that system could hypothetically learn what the kind of text which is historically associated with a winning bid. Then, for every new procurement, it could automatically assess how close each bid is to that winning ideal. And effectively here, you have the start of a triage system. So the AI would highlight to procurement staff which bids are more likely to be the most competitive ones. Procurement staff would be able to take only those top high-quality bids and assess those, which means they'd have more time to do deep assessment, real thinking, rather than routine screening. And so here, what would define this as narrow AI is that you would specifically build this for the purpose of assessing bids, and you'd only train it on textual data from historical bids. Again, if you've got real examples throughout the day, then fantastic. There are also plenty of examples of narrow AI technology outside procurement in the public sector. Two controversial examples would be benefits fraud assessment, plenty of uses in policing, which are much more controversial, so these are in place. Right, so general purpose AI, or foundation models, which is where we start to go back to the hype that I described earlier. And this is where generative AI and large language models come into play as well. There were lots of debates surrounding this definition in the build-up to the EU AI Act as well, so you might be familiar with it from that. But effectively, we're now talking about AI systems that are trained on much, much more data than narrow AI systems, require a load more computing power, and can do a lot of different tasks, like summarizing text, creating images, and translating languages. So now we're talking about things like ChatGPT. I would bet that there are very few examples of this actually being used in a live public service today. Again, I'm very happy to hear about ones, but actually we do have one from the UK. It's not actually live yet, but it's on its way. The Foreign Office is trialing a digital triage service that uses generative AI to understand people's written inquiries about things they need to know about living abroad, safety questions, getting married, that kind of thing. And this system, with the AI in it, effectively acts as a contact center agent. It understands what people want to know, and it immediately provides them with the right advice, without that actually going to an actual human. So the crucial thing to know here is that AI doesn't actually generate content. It only, because of its language processing power, understands the inquiry and then uses it to fetch the advice, the official approved advice that is written by humans and is approved by the FCDO. So you have that guardrail against generative AI creating the wrong content, or is just a bit wrong, as I'm sure many users of ChatGPT are familiar with. So the point here is citizens get the advice they need right away for routine inquiries. It doesn't go to an actual contact center agent, and those humans can focus on the much more difficult work of helping vulnerable people and dealing with emergencies. So it's a real system. It's on its way in. There is some public documentation on it, which I can describe. Just to say, it's built by a great small business called Caution Your Blast, and again, crucially, they did it using agile development methodologies. This wasn't a massive, highly specified procurement. So this is a good case study to think about if you're buying AI which has general purpose AI underlying it. Artificial general intelligence, or strong AI and superintelligence, I don't have time to discuss them I'm going to take a bet and think they're not going to be too relevant in this conference, but we can hear examples. All I'll say is they're probably far away, but I think they are possible and actually really quite scary. So from these distinctions and examples, I think we start to see a few ways to escape that hype-driven vicious cycle that I described a few slides ago. And I haven't skipped over, thank you. There we go. So the first thing is thinking about the specific problem that you're trying to solve. There is a big risk of being led astray by solutions driven by tech companies and other people with lots of excited ideas around what AI can do. You can be driven by solutions without specific problems to solve. And so you have to ask, is AI really what you need? In my own experience, delivering a new digital service in government, which actually started with questioning whether AI was the right thing. In the end, really simple improvements in technical architecture combined with good user-centered design, good interaction design, a very simple service, that ended up giving people what they really, really needed. And actually going back to the kinds of AI available, I think the potential of narrow AI to simply help people speed up routine tasks is being overlooked amongst all the hype around generative AI. And where you do have a sense that AI really can possibly help solve a clearly defined problem, it's far better to make many small, low-risk bets on the kind of system you want to use, most of which, or many of which, might fail, and run some experiments using that and work out what works, rather than betting on one big high-risk gamble. But for that, you need a procurement system that gives service owners a high degree of autonomy to run those experiments themselves, or to hire the people to do that, and crucially, that tolerates failure as well. We're not going to do this without failing in many small ways. I think it's really important as well to take time about what kinds of error you can tolerate in an AI system. If we go back to the example from the UK Foreign Office, again, they specifically chose not to use generative AI to create content that would go in front of citizens, because the Foreign Office simply could not be responsible for that advice being incorrect. The consequences there would be potentially very bad if people followed it, of course. But there are probably many cases in which the consequences of using an AI system, the consequences of an AI system giving the wrong information or making errors might actually be negligible. And in those cases, you really can experiment and find out where you can get those potential efficiency gains. And finally, the crucial thing is that all of this depends on humans. I would argue that the success of an AI system in government will depend completely on how it is interpreted by the people who are using it. So for example, if you're buying an off-the-shelf AI product, or actually you're buying a team of consultants and developers to build something bespoke, either way, if that supplier isn't talking to you about who will be using that system, in what circumstances, what are their needs, if they're just talking about the technology, then that project is probably going to fail. Probably many more ways out through the hype, but I think we are probably quite keen to get to coffee at this point. So I'll wrap up by saying none of what I've said is to argue that using AI in procurement or buying AI for use elsewhere in public services is not possible. It is possible to turn the hype into reality, and it is a big opportunity to save public servants a lot of time on routine tasks, to speed up onerous processes, to analyze loads of data at speed in a way that humans simply really can't do. But you can only do this by sticking to a set of principles like these. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And that was just a teaser. After lunch today, both breakout sessions are focused on AI, so we will have much more opportunities to dive deeper and learn more about that. With that, it's indeed time for the coffee break. It's downstairs, so please be back here at noon. And don't forget about the vision statement and the sticky notes that are right there. Thank you, everyone. See you in half an hour, 20 minutes. Sì, 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 funziona. Thank you. All right, everyone, if you can find your seat, please, we will get started. Oh.
I am moderating the panel here in this room afterwards. I have prepared kind of Microsoft forms asking people to answer, you know. The first two questions are the same that you put, so I just removed them. So how much technology?
Do you have a slide? Do you have
yes,
a slide?
yes.
Did you give it to Carolis?
Carolis.
Okay, perfect.
I'll just check if you got them, but
Yes,
3 slides.
perfect. All right, welcome back, everyone. Find your seat. I hope everyone feels energized. It's hard to have a nicer coffee break than this, right? With better coffee. It's quite special. All right, everyone. So remember when I showed you the agenda this morning where we said that we spent the morning in what we call the main stage, so all together as one group here, and that we are covering some of the main topics that are important in procurement. We started talking about the current state of procurement in the European Union, and then we're exploring topics such as artificial intelligence, the impact on lives, and now, coming back to things that we heard about in the opening panel is democracy in action. I heard several of the speakers in the opening panel using that phrase, and we do think that is really important to consider more deeply, right? Because it goes back to procurement is not this compliant function, it's not this back office function, but it's a way of how governments can live and articulate the values and the strategies that they are pursuing. So we will hear a little bit more about that from our next lightning talk speaker, Elena, and afterwards I will be back. Enjoy, everyone. Let's give her a big round of applause, please.
Thank you. I hope this works. Yes, it does. Thank you for being here. My name is Elena Calistru, and I'm coming here wearing multiple hats because I'm a civil society representative working for this organization, this NGO in Romania called Funky Citizens. But then I also wear a hat with a more serious institutional name because I'm a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. But I'm also coming today as a citizen that has experienced firsthand what procurement might mean for us in our everyday lives. And let me tell you from a personal experience that, in my view, procurement is where we actually see democracy in action. It might sound like a buzz, like a cliche, but it's actually where citizens encounter real roads, real hospitals, real services that the institutions should provide for them. And in that direct intervention, in those specific goods and services that we procure as institutions, citizens can touch the impact of their tax money, right? I was thinking quite a lot whether to share this very, very personal experience I had, especially because this is called a lightning talk, and it's not such a light experience. But I decided to do so because I think it's very telling. Last year, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, I promise you, it's a happy end story. This is why I'm sharing it, because it should be a reason for optimism. I got scared, like everybody, because it sounds like something serious and very, very threatening. Fortunately for me, then I learned that there are so many new treatments that are available and that you can not only survive, but thrive and be able to continue with your life, like I did. I traveled for the entire duration of my treatment. The only problem is that I wasn't able to access this very new generation treatment in my home country, Romania. Even though immunotherapy and targeted therapies are now approved at EU level, at US level, global level, they're quite used. It's the normal course of treatment. And I couldn't access them in my home country, not because there are no money available. We are a member of the EU, so the common market should have worked, but because for various procurement issues, that treatment is not available in my country. Fortunately, because I'm a well-educated citizen, I knew that there are some other member states where I can get access to this treatment. So in this way, because of my insurance, I could access the treatment in Austria, and I got treated there, and I'm fine. And here to talk to you about why I think that procurement, especially in Europe, should not only be about how we allocate money for strategic priorities. It should be about democracy at its core. It should be about and should reflect our common values. And when I'm talking about common values, I'm talking, for example, about the fact that in Europe we should put the same price to the life of a European citizen, no matter where he or she lives in Europe. I'm talking here about the way in which we use procurement to advance our common vision and common values related to how the environment should serve this generation and the next generation and the next one. I'm talking here about all the other social and human rights that we should take into account as the continent that has the capacity and the vision to do so. Unfortunately, and I can see this in the work we are doing at Funky Citizens, with working with local groups, with local journalists. Unfortunately, when it comes to procurement, the road is still long, and we still have a lot of things to do. In my opinion, the main problem we have is related to the fragmentation we have at European level. Why am I saying this? Not only because there needs to be a non-Italian that quotes the Draghi report as well. I'm going to do that. But in his assessment, he's actually talking about the fact that even though we are allocating huge resources for strategic objectives, like, for example, the green transition, the lack of coordination between the various levels makes us sometimes inefficient. And it's not only about, yes, common procurement, because we had a very good discussion earlier about this. It's about the fact that we should coordinate better when it comes to strategic investments that we make. And I think that citizens, civil society, governments can do better in order to channel the resources through procurement in those areas that we care about. For this to happen, we need three elements. First of all, we need transparency of the data in order to see where there are the overlaps, where are the inefficiencies. We need procurement data that is available, open, and accessible to everybody. Second, we need participation from citizens, from organized civil society, but also from the various levels of the government that sometimes know better what is the best strategic approach towards these processes. And third, of course, we need accountability and oversight in order to make sure that not only we complain about things and we identify things that are not working, but that we are able to adapt to this process and to make it as democratic as possible. Last but not least, I would say that there is something that we can learn from communities like this one. There are areas in which the European standard is the highest one, and I think that this is it's a good thing. There are other areas, for example, when it comes to data publication, when the national or even the sub-national level is higher and more ambitious. And I think if there is something that we can all ask for when it comes to procurement, when it comes to making this process more democratic, is that we shouldn't aim towards the lowest common denominator. we should aim towards the highest, the most ambitious standard we can all follow and we can all try to enact. I think that that is one of the expectations that citizens in Europe, no matter what are the challenges that they encounter, expect to see from public services, from public goods, and not only in their home countries, but in Europe as a whole. The lesson, at least from my experience, is that when it comes to democracy in action, I want to see my tax money I paid for health insurance, at work. And I don't want it to be any different if I'm living in Romania, or I'm living in Austria, or I'm living in Brussels. It should be the same. And it should be the same no matter the capacity of the local or the national government. In order to conclude my remarks, I would like to stress two important things. First of all, the fact that there are exciting times ahead, even though it might seem that the current configuration, political configuration of the European Parliament, of the Commission, all these debates, all these negotiations don't seem to leave space for so much ambition and so many bold actions. I think there is, though, a very important thing that is happening. At the level of the European citizens, and I'm also including some of the national authorities, some of the civil servants that are seeing firsthand what is happening, there is this need and this perception that something needs to change. And I think that there is a real pathway towards making procurement better, just because there is this coagulation of enthusiasm, interest, and professionalism in doing so. And the second thing that can happen, in my view, is that I think we have the capacity to look at such instruments that mean translating into concrete services and goods for citizens, these European values. And if there is something we should all aim towards, at least in the next 2 years, I would say, is to transform what is the next generation plan and the national recovery and resilience plans into something that is not a nice plan on the paper, and not only something that we all expected to have concrete results, but something that is truly transformative. And this can only happen, fortunately or unfortunately, through procurement that makes this very visible and tangible. I thank you all for your attention, and looking forward to discussions in the groups and in the plenary. Thank you.
And also thank you for being brave and sharing something so personal with us, and it really tells you about the power of procurement and how it affects each and every one of us, right? It's not something distant out there, but it's something that we feel in our everyday lives. With that, we're doing a bit of a transition to another topic about being digital, right? I said before, procurement, when you think about procurement, you don't think so much about, oh, it's this great human-centered experience that's so easy to use, right, and it brings me joy. So that is the thing that we want to talk about in a moment. But I wanted to see a little bit what your experience in your country with your procurement has been. So in a moment, I will ask you to stand up, and if I actually get maybe two of my colleagues, Camilla, if you can come and stand here, and Vladimir, if you can stand over there. So if you live in a country or work in a country, you can choose, or in an organization, and you feel like that your procurement system, it's really easy to use, it only takes a few clicks, you know exactly what's happening, it brings you joy to do a procurement process, you will stand towards Camilla, right? If you need like 15 pages of paper and you go and someone tells you, this invoice is not on a yellow paper, I will not process it, then you will stand over here. And if your experience is something like in the middle, you know, then you will stand here in the middle. So just for a moment, stand up and arrange yourselves according to your procurement experience. And we will see what happens. All right, come. Let's do this fast. Come forward and find your, there's no right or wrong, you know, don't overthink it. Come forward, come everyone, come. Arrange yourselves. Get cozy and arrange yourselves. Mi puoi dare questo? All right, is everyone arranged? You need to step forward in the middle so people can arrange themselves. Or are you all standing in the middle? Is the middle your spot? Oh, I see. Okay, very good. All right, so let's hear. So we have some very lucky people here who are saying their procurement system is amazing. So tell me who you are and what makes your procurement system so good.
That was not a question. No. The question was if it is very easy to provide
very easy
a bid.
to use.
I'm from Hungary, by the way, and we have a fully centralized system. And may I just raise this issue that it's great that we do have just to provide a couple of documentation, but in this way the procurement procedures are becoming riskier and riskier, because when we ask evidences, then we have to accept the self-declarations. So let's say it can be an advantage, but of course it can be a disadvantage too.
Right. What about you? And introduce yourselves.
I'm from Tendernet, the Netherlands.
Oh.
I'm partly responsible for application.
Oh, I'm sure it's great.
So of course I cannot say it's hard to use. We try to make it as easy as possible. The rules are complicated, but the application should be as easy as possible, and it should guide you through the process and not allow you to make any mistakes. So that's what we're trying to do.
I think that deserves a round of applause, right? Thinking about that, yes. Good, thank you. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's pick someone in the middle here. Someone here wants to share why you're standing in the middle? Someone? Si, grazie. Yeah, please do. And introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Oriana and I represent World Bank. So here I'm standing in the middle to say that World Bank procurement regulation is somehow flexible and is not requiring so much papers. Is not an easy path, of course, but what we see compared to a country procurement system is that international organization rules are a little bit more flexible, and I would encourage countries as well to follow that flexible approach in their public procurement systems.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else in the middle wants to share? No? All right, so then let's go to the dark side. The dark side. Who thinks they have the worst system ever? All right, let's do this. All right, here we go. That was a very quick reaction. All right, we will give you a lot of empathy. Remember, it was one of our ground rules to give empathy. So you have 60 seconds to complain about your procurement system.
Yeah, so our system is so complex that not technical system, but in general, procurement system in Lithuania is so complicated that our governmental control done research a few years back, and to submit your first tender, you have to read 1,961 pages of information.
Quick read.
So yeah.
Thank you. We feel for you. Anyone else wants to share here? Yeah. All right, Ian.
So we gather data from hundreds of these systems.
Oh, so you're the judge. You can tell us what's really going on.
I thought I'd give you an example. One of my favorite ones is in the US, where you have to complete a nursery rhyme every time you want to even access a new page. And then everything's in a PDF, so you can't search it. So you can't find anything. But in order to get access to it, you get given a nursery rhyme and you have to complete it. So yeah, your barrier to entry if you don't speak American and have
rhyming.
Yeah, exactly.
We love PDFs in procurement, right? That's like, yes. All right. All right, everyone. Thank you. You can sit down again. And I invite two people up on the stage who are working hard to help you all of you move towards the left side of the room. So I'm very excited to have Warren join me up here, who used to be the director for the UK's digital marketplace, and Anna Corrado, who will join me as well, who is an administrative judge in Italy. And in a moment, we will find out why she's here. And I can see, so, okay, I'm sitting here, and then Warren, this is you, and then Anna is over there. And abbiamo 20 minuti più o meno, sì. All right, Warren, you just saw everyone was standing against this wall. But you have kind of nearly dedicated your life to changing that, and you have had some really good success with that. So tell us a little bit more, you know, what you have done, what your vision is, what you're trying to change.
Thank you. Is that on?
No, not yet.
Hello, hello. And now it is. I think Ian's fairy tale example was literally grim. Anyway, so it's a pleasure to be here. Procurement joke, right?
We need to have at least one.
Yeah, absolutely.
The first one.
Well, procurement joke. Yeah, so great to be here. I think, so as a recovering senior official from the UK government, my role was to introduce user-centred, design-led, data-driven and open approaches in public procurement, and that was not just in the systems that buyers and suppliers used, but also in the kind of the ways of thinking, the ways of working, the methodologies. And that was really about kind of behavioral change and cultural change. And that was looking at every possible aspect of the public procurement system, by which we mean pre-procurement, the procurement process itself, and post-contract award service delivery, and really opening up the opportunity to identify any area of friction that was causing pain, and there was a lot of them, and there still is, that was getting in the way of delivering social value for money. And so when we talk about procurement, I want to try to shift the dial more towards thinking about commercial, because procurement is one important element of the whole commercial life cycle, but we see very little evidence of genuine commercial skills being applied at each stage of the life cycle. So fundamentally, we hear so often, and I'm one of these people, as a procurement practitioner, you know, I fell into procurement. You know, when you fall into something, usually that ends up with some kind of injury, or some scars, and maybe some tears. I've got all of those from my experience of falling into procurement. And I think there's a really important need for a renaissance in public procurement. And so this goes back to what Elena was saying in your previous lightning talk. It's like a moment is coming. I mean, it's overdue, but a moment is coming to fundamentally rethink the profession to be fit for the 21st century. And I think that I would call that a digital commercial paradigm shift away from the current transactional approach to public procurement. It needs to be much more focused on well-being impact for people and planet today and for generations that haven't yet been born. And so I think the whole framing of how we deliver and think about public value has to completely change. The curricula has to change. So if I was to turn my clock back 30 years, good heavens, when I fell into procurement, I didn't have a professional pathway that would, for me to think about the public sector as a career destination of choice. So, you know, I think I've kind of meandered my way there by accident. And but yeah, I think so. Just to wrap up that point, a new set of skills that are fundamentally digital. The tools, techniques, working practices, and business models of the internet era to respond to people's raised expectations. And I think that kind of narrative doesn't really exist in the professional pathways. So
that's right. And can you give just maybe an example of where you have seen where a government that not only shifted the narrative, but then also was able to implement some of those principles?
Well, my always go-to resource library for this kind of thing is the Open Contracting Partnership Database, which is very rich, and I often refer to that. But just something I wanted to talk about very briefly is our work in Wales. And this is an area where Kestutis was very kind enough to support us recently to showcase the work in Lithuania around green public procurement. But Wales is quite interesting because they, as a nation, has actually, it's a devolved nation in the UK, just in case you weren't, where's Wales? They've legislated for sustainable development within their constitution using the Wellbeing for Future Generations Wales Act 2015, and they have a commissioner for future generations, somebody with the responsibility to ensure that the needs of people in planet today and for the future are being met through public policy and decision making. So I think I would showcase Wales for a number of reasons, not least because I'm involved in that, but they're doing fantastic things, and the work through what's called KEED, the Procurement Centre of Excellence, is actually a fusion between commercial delivery and user-centered design and agile delivery. And I think that is the combination, the intersection of those skills, which I think is missing. And so I think that's something I'd really love to talk with others about. And if I could just very briefly plug, I've just been asked to lead a working group of the UN Specialized ICT Agency, the International Telecommunications Union, focused on intergenerational procurement for people-centered cities, which will be launching officially in Madrid next Thursday. But it's an open call for experts, researchers, anybody who wants to be part of that to develop some model policies and guidance to support a transition from transactional procurement to intergenerational procurement.
Oh, I love that. What a great word as well. Thank you. So Anna, you are a judge, and you're here, you know, which you might be the only judge in this room, I dare to guess. And often when we think, no, I said, oh no, oh, we have more. Oh, okay, maybe some more. That's excellent. But often, right, when we have legal joining us, right, it's often, oh no, you know, we need to change the law, or we need to work with legal. But here in Italy, you have a very different experience, where you know, part of a commission, have really helped to get the Italian code ready for the digital age. So we would love to hear about your experience, you know, what you do, and how you help to reform the Italian code.
Thank you very much. I prefer reading my speech, okay? First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this event, ANAC, for my involvement in this important discussion on the topic of next generation procurement. I would like to begin my talk by describing what Italy has done with regard to digital procurement. Since January the 1st of this year, the new Public Procurement Code has provided for the digitalization of the entire digital life cycle of contracts.
Anna, puoi mettere il microfono?
Okay. Starting from planning to execution, including the phases of design, publication, and awarding. In the planned new system, ANAC's public contracts database, which includes the legal value platform and the transparency platform, plays a central role. Contracting authorities send data to ANAC as soon as they create it, so that the various objectives set out in the Public Procurement Code can be fulfilled. This new process, has the advantage of concretely implementing the once-only principle by making sure that the data is sent only once. This satisfies different objectives: legal advertising, advertising for transparency purposes, populating the public contract. Database with the publication of procurement notices concentrated in one single place. With regard to the phase of the advertising of the contract notices, it's important to underline the fact that the data sent by ANAC, which has become the national e-sender, to the tender electronic daily for notice advertising purposes, returns to the ANAC platform. The legal terms for participating in these procedures begin from that moment on. Central to the digitalization process are, on the one hand, the certified platforms, interoperable with the ANAC systems, and on the other, the economic operators' virtual file in the ANAC database in order to verify the economic operators' possession of requirements for participation. The digitalization of public contracts is the most important digital process at the national level, as well as being a very complex one, since it is a new way of operating in this sphere of the public administration. This is our experience. Io parlo, appunto, Catherine mi consente di passare dall'italiano all'inglese e quindi io approfitto di questa opportunità. Naturalmente allora, è stata un'esperienza molto importante per il nostro Paese, è una grande esperienza di digitalizzazione che ha fatto emergere sia le criticità che chiaramente anche vedere qual è il nostro futuro in questo senso, quindi qual è il futuro della digitalizzazione, ma abbiamo anche messo a punto le criticità. Per quanto riguarda il futuro, anche qui avevo segnato un piccolo appunto che posso leggere per rendere più facile i lavori e quindi eventualmente poi se c'è tempo potrei comunque focalizzare sulle criticità. Which is our future? We are working in 3 directions: simplifying digital procedures, making platforms more and more secure with minimum safety and reliability standards, completing the digitalization at some stages where more can still be done. In the near future, we would like to use AI in procurement. In Italian code, there is the first national law, and to achieve this objective, it will be important to have the data that comes from experience. In the future, it would be important to get to point of creating QR code for the economic operator connected with the databases for all the participations requirements, and even a simple app to do procurement. If there is a full interoperability between databases, this can be achieved.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. So we heard a few things already from both of you, right? So what makes procurement digital? And we heard it's supposed to be user-friendly, it's supposed to be interoperable, data-driven, and also security, right? That is something we have talked about a little less so far, because sometimes there are some tensions there making all of those things together. Warren, I was also wondering about you, having worked on this all over the world, really, what is the change that you would like to see? What is the advice that you would give someone maybe, who is just falling into procurement and is thinking about that? Oh, the microphone, yeah.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we can try to shift it so that people aren't falling in, that they're making a conscious choice towards that amazing job of the future, the near future. But I think somebody on the previous panel, said, it was Gustav actually, so €1 invested in professionalization gives a €10 ROI. I mean, that's a staggering statistic. I'm hoping it's based on evidence that we can kind of say there's some examples. But I think the change to that kind of pathway has to start just with one project, one team. Don't wait for perfection of a new grand curricula. It's like, find your change makers, your sponsors, identify the coalition of the willing, and just crack on and do something different, and get people excited by the change and the benefits that are being realized through that approach. When we started doing contract simplification in the UK back in 2015, I think it was, I wasn't a senior official at the time. I was a contracting consultant in. I didn't really have the authority to kind of say, we're gonna tear up this contract and we're gonna try things differently. And I got into a little bit of trouble for it, but that didn't stop me from actually trying something different. And actually, it led to a change in terms of the commercial policy team saying, and the government legal department saying, we love what you've done here. You've dramatically reduced a contract which nobody had ever thought this might be a barrier to entry or a barrier to doing business between the buyers and the suppliers. And it created a buzz, and it created a movement of people who wanted to change this product of public procurement that nobody had ever really kind of considered before. And what enabled us to do was bring together user-centered researchers, service designers, product managers, and agile delivery managers, you know, the skills of the internet era, with commercial policy, legal practitioners, and we developed a new set of building blocks for public procurement. And it became, you know, now it's just kind of commonplace. But I didn't ask for permission. I just kind of begged for forgiveness. But yeah, I think don't wait for the perfect moment, because it probably won't come. It's like identify those areas of highest friction and pain and focus on those with a collaborative team.
That's great. And I know earlier in the panels they also talked both about sustainability and social value, and that is something that you also have been trying to work on, right? And combine it with this more user-friendly experience. Is there any advice around that you wanted to share?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been touched on in some of the previous discussions about like doing things right, buying the right things. I would even, which are important, but I would probably start to say, well, first of all, what's the reason? What's the why? What's the purpose that we're trying to achieve or deliver, which should help guide the framing for how we approach public procurement? It should be about an understanding of the community and citizens' needs that aren't currently being met, and making sure that our design of our procurements fundamentally address those needs. So that's our kind of purpose, our North Star. Then we think about the what. This is like, well, okay, what are the services or the products or the capabilities that we need to procure, which are going to help us to do that? I would first actually just interject there to say, we need to move away from this kind of false binary choice in public procurement of build versus buy. In our current time, in the internet era, we have open source digital public goods that are available and increasing for reuse. I would say the best possible way of saving money is not to spend money on something that doesn't need to be built or bought if you can reuse it. So I think a reuse first policy before you buy and before you build should be what is done. So that goes back to the what there. And then kind of like the how, that's your methodology. It might be agile, it might not be, but also the when, how you prioritize what you're doing based on delivering the best value to meet the citizens' needs. So I think that kind of framing, it's quite simplistic the way I've described it, but actually, some people usually jump to the thing. Like it's like, well, we need this thing. And it's like, well, actually, that may not be the thing, or we need to do it this way. It's like, well, that might not be the right way to do it. But why are you doing something? That's really, for me, the public purpose has to define the approach that public procurers take.
Great, thank you, Warren. And I love that, you know, open source and build when you can. So again, a shout out for the vision statement, you know, that you all should look at it at the website or downstairs during lunch, because that might be something that's not there yet. And Anna, now I'm mixing all my languages when I'm trying to switch to Italian, and I nearly spoke German, but that wouldn't go so well. I'm sorry, everyone. But you were also thinking about the change for the future, il cambio per il futuro. What are some of the things that you are thinking about?
The critical issues for completing the work are of various types. On the one hand, some administrations are jealous over their data and don't opt for machine-to-machine sharing, since in this way the data receives greater protection. On the other hand, we have technical problems, databases that technically are not mature for interoperability. Secondly, administrations, especially the smaller ones, have difficult understanding that digitalization means no longer producing hard copy documents, but doing the whole procedures on a platform. Many administrations, especially the non-qualified ones, have not understood how to use digital platforms yet. Finally, it's important for the digital design to be developed by computer scientists together with the legal experts, as it involves transforming legal procedures into digital processes and guaranteeing the rights of operators. Sometimes digital tools themselves can create bureaucracy and delays, and then making modifications is much more time consuming compared to non-digital methods. Questa è un'esperienza concreta, quindi io credo che è molto importante quello che stiamo sperimentando in Italia. È una strada di non ritorno e, come spesso dicono i miei colleghi, stiamo passando da un'utilitaria a una Ferrari e questo è veramente una cosa che ci piace molto. Abbiamo iniziato il processo, abbiamo raggiunto tutti gli obiettivi, ma ci stiamo lavorando. È stato creato un gruppo di lavoro, abbiamo sperimentato una grande collaborazione tra amministrazioni, un gruppo di lavoro dove partecipa ANAC, tutte le autorità coinvolte nel procurement, quindi le attività sul digitale, la Presidenza del Consiglio, il Ministero delle Infrastrutture, e questo ci sta portando proprio a risolvere i problemi mano a mano che si presentano. Quindi io credo che sia una grande esperienza che stiamo facendo, cioè la soluzione non è nascondere i problemi, la soluzione è affrontarli, individuarli e affrontarli. Quindi io credo che siamo su una buona strada.
Perfect. I'm going to translate before I forget everything. But Anna said that she's describing the experience that she's going through with Italy and that they are at a point of no return. And I really like the analogy, saying they're building a Ferrari. So yes, you know, of course. So everything will be stronger and work more digital. And they're saying they're just at the beginning of the process, and they are also bringing in a lot of experimentation. And I think that's similar to what Warren also talked about. I think both of you spoke about bringing these different teams together that bring legal, procurement expertise, digital, and user experience together, and that you have these agile approaches, right? You learn by doing and build on that. So thank you very much for joining us and presenting. I really appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And with that, we are coming to the, let's see where my clicker is, to our last panel before. Possiamo fare il screen? Yeah, here. The last one that we also just started talking about, which is sustainability, right? Similar to procurement, we're also saying digital procurement serves a purpose. And the one topic that we really want to explore now is sustainability. How can procurement benefit the planet? So I would love to invite the panelists up for this session. And Gabriela is our gracious host. Grazie. And then we make sure that they match who you are. So Maria, you're here. Exactly. Kestutis. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a really a very brilliant discussion this morning, and so we will go on, hopefully, with this view on procurement and on the evolution of procurement. So the chance of being here is great. I would like just to have a few comments on what we have heard, because I, as an academic, of a legal expert, of a professor of law, I feel guilty of all the cumbersome procedure and procurement, because the legislative framework is there. But also I'm fully in continuity, and I fully agree with Anna Corrado and the presentation of the Italian experience on digital transformation, because we really need this. So, as in our table we have the colleague from Lithuania that in the previous discussion says, oh, well, it's awful, we have to read hundreds and thousands of pages, and this happens also sometimes in Italy and in many other countries because the contract documents are huge. But I really think that the digital transformation will help us a lot. So the way to pursue this transformation is really starts from the idea of having a kind of green pass for the supplier. Digital identity wallet, evolve the procurement sector in having the procurement the supplier. So I propose to the president to have another conference in which we will involve a lot of the supplier, a lot of the companies that participate to the award procedure, to agree with them the issue on confidentiality, the issues of all their capacity evaluation, that is either exclusion grounds or qualification grounds that they have, because if we can really collect them in a virtual company dossier, in a green pass, as we will talk maybe with the publication office, the evolution of the European Commission in collecting data from the TED, the Tender Electronic Daily, we will cut the half of the burden of procurement. If we have all the company already with a kind of green and social reputation included in their own virtual company dossier. So I think this could be really a great evolution. And the second point is then to evolve towards the idea of monitoring all the phases of procurement towards the end of the execution. And this would affect the quality of life of citizens. And then I go to the point when we say, what is sustainability now on procurement? And sustainability is not just green. I would like to just say a word on the new European Bauhaus communication of the European Commission on the principle on Bauhaus that are being included in the COVID period in 2021, the 15th of September of 2021, where the Commission wanted to underline the social aspect, social inclusion, together with green, circular innovation, but going towards beauty, aesthetic beauty. That means aesthetic from the point of view of the city, and so urban regeneration, social inclusion, but going also towards the idea of having a beauty, a welfare that draw towards healthy environment. That means people stay better, because if we live in a beauty environment, we feel better. So there is healthy procurement that could drive and be driven towards this holistic quality of life of citizens, towards this idea of having a beauty environment to live in. And I think this is the future perspective. And there is also a community of practice in the European Commission website on big buyers that is on NEB procurement. So this is, I think, the further evolution. Just one final word for a polemic with Gustavo Piga is not more there, but I fully disagree because with him concerning the fact of being against centralization. That doesn't mean huge contracts, so aggregation and central purchasing body that do procurement for other contracting entities. I think it's really the issue and the tool that could permit through platform to make entering the market SMEs, lower the burden for them, and put really the transparency, the full picture of what will be award. Maybe we can discuss on this later on. But going to our panel and the panelists that we have, I would introduce Laura Valli, that is a member of the Italian National Authority of Anti-Corruption, ANAC, and she's in the board since 2020. And I would ask to her the evolution that we had in Italy, and the ANAC supported a lot on the green criteria, the impact on prices of the green criteria, and the evolution of this that you are facing with, as you were at the forefront of this evolution of pushing green criteria in contracts.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, Gabriella. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and a special thanks to our international office, I have to say, because their work really made this event possible, and I think it's a great thing for ANAC. As for ANAC's experience in green public procurement, you all know probably already how good we are and how good we have been all the way to today. So, and I'm kidding, of course. So I'll talk a bit about our legislation, the way it developed. But one word at the beginning on when we speak about sustainability, sustainable procurement and green procurement. First of all, every time I hear the word sustainability and holistic, I always remember a colleague of mine at the World Bank who said, if I hear the word holistic and sustainability once again, I will kill myself. And I really found that, especially in a environment where we speak about development, these words are very, very common. And instead, words are important, as we all know. And so when we speak about sustainability, we really have to think about what its relationship with green procurement is, which is something bigger than green procurement, which is specification, or doing the good thing for the environment. And sustainability, it's taking the long view on this, and including in this view not only the environment, but also, as we have seen so far in this discussion, human rights, democracy in the end, because this is at the core of democracy, as much better than many others have said so far. So particularly when Anna Maria this morning was making an example on the school meals, how wonderful that was. Because really when we speak about public procurement sometimes, often I would say, we speak about big ideas and theory, and how useful is instead to take not only the positive narrative that she was invoking, and rightly so, I think, but also the practical standpoint. What is procurement in practice? Now, I've been on the investigative, let's say, part of looking at public procurement from the point of view of corruption and fraud in World Bank funded projects in my life. And that was the experience that opened my eyes, and colleagues from the World Bank who are here, I'm sure they will confirm that, opened your eyes on what procurement is, what the damage that bad procurement or corrupt procurement can do to human beings. And this is the focus of our, discussion today. So, this having said, and I would like also to speak about the perception of public procurement as costly or more costly than normal, ordinary procurement. Gustavo Pig already touched on that this morning. How important is this to be able to look at the long run and not at the short run in terms of costs and benefits? But probably you already know this too. Now, Italy, I was joking, but in fact we are proud to say that since 2008 has a legislative framework that provides for a GPP plan. And this plan has been reviewed ultimately recently last year in 2023, after the entry in force of our new public procurement code. And this GP plan is important because the mission explains in itself, the mission of the plan itself is to contribute to achieve environmental, social, and economic targets. This is not a little thing in 2008. And also has this practical approach of which I was talking about, giving contracting authorities specific specific indications, including you need to do a needs assessment, you need to identify functional competencies if you want to implement a good green public procurement. You have to have an internal program, and etc. But maybe the strongest aspect of this legislation is the identification of the famous MEC, so the minimum, let's say, environmental criteria that since February 2016, so this was the date of the previous Code of Contracts in Italy, set the GPP criteria defined as technical specifications, contractual clauses, award criteria, and selection criteria, referred to a list of products, services, and works. I don't want to bother you with all this story. The new, just to give you some data, in 2022, the tender value of procurement initiatives where MEC were in force was about euro 29.3 billion, which is not a small figure. Okay, the new code, as I said, of last year, still provides for requirements to include CAM in all public tenders, but it also gives more discretionary power to contracting authorities. So this is the biggest difference. Now, in terms of measurement, which is the really weak point of, in general, our, let's say, progress in public procurement, there was a provision that ANAC, together with the ministry competent for this area, Ministry of Environment, would collect data along a period of 5 years and check this data. This has been done in the past. We are not doing that any longer, so it's difficult to give you information or data about measurements, as usual. But as for, and I conclude, as for, let's say, feedback on the work done so far, there is a Green Procurement Observatory done by Legambiente and Fondazione Ecosistemi, who are two, probably you know them, two Italian NGOs. And these two, this observatory takes a snapshot of how procurement, let's say, how the application of the minimum environmental criteria in public administration tenders has developed. And the most recent results, taking, of course, a sample of contracting authorities, etc., is that the average performance index of the sample investigated is 62%, with a maximum value of 79% achieved in the metropolitan municipalities. So the awareness, as has been said already in this debate this morning, is growing fast. The use of these criteria are, let's say, used at a satisfactory level. The difficulties that these NGOs found, they are difficulty mainly in drafting tenders. 53% of responses were in this sense. Difficulties in drafting tenders because of the lack of adequate training. So this goes back to what we were discussing about the importance of training. And for now, I leave the floor to my colleague. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. And yes, we share the idea that the measurement is so difficult because we based it on survey, on reports, and we don't have a fully digitalized process where all the clauses that provide these requirements is easy to collect and to analyze. So that's why we need to evolve the e-forms and the platform that collect these kind of clauses. But let's pass to the government of Poland and Przemysław Grossfeld that told me that changed maybe the position recently, so maybe he will explain the impact that he measured and he lived the experience in the government before and now as procurement official of the agency in Poland to say how the impact of green procurement is evolving in the Poland experience.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm still thinking about the first panel here, and we are talking a lot about new mission for procurement and how it must be strategic, how it must be sustainable, how it must contain all those needs that are new and evolving. And I think that procurement must also be sustainable within itself. So there is this all things that must be considered when we talk about it. And when it comes to our experience, we see that we have framework ready for sustainable procurement for quite some time, but it is not seen in it was not seen in practice. We've seen that the statistics show that when it comes to green, social, all other quality criteria, it's not looking very good. And there was, a few years ago, we had an approach when we set a goal that, for example, that 60% of criteria must be other than price. And we set this goal for all the procuring entities. And after some time, we've seen that, of course, we have this other than price criteria, meet criteria, as you will, and but the statistics show that we have all those quality and other criteria, but in reality, still the lowest price won. And now, for a few years, we measured how many green criteria we have in Poland and how many social criteria we have in Poland. And the statistics are not very good, but are we really measuring the green procurement or just usage of these green criteria? Because there are a lot of occasions when there are green criteria, for example, on green aspects in procurement, but at the end, there's nothing really green about them because the green criteria was 5–10% and no bid provided any green things in it. So at some point we said we must change our approach to it, and that's when we realized that the first thing that must be done is focusing on professionalization of all the people involved in public procurement, and then start measuring better what is green and find out what questions should we ask to the public procurement system about all those sustainable aspects. And of course, we started planning the system that trains the professionals about all those aspects, and we realized that there is a problem with engagement and with who is really responsible for introducing those sustainable aspects to the procedures, because we have procedure specialists in all contracting authorities, but they are waiting for line departments to provide requirements for green, for sustainable things. Yeah, so there is no, if decision makers within all those contracting authorities will not say that we want public procurement to be more green, more socially responsible, it will not happen. So we also realized that we must find a way to engage all those decision makers. So professionalization, trainings, engagement of decision makers, and then setting the goals. So that's why we engaged with the World Bank, with Green, also with Open Contracting Partnership, to introduce new methodology for measuring green procurement, asking the right questions about it, connecting it with professionalization and digitalization. So we plan to evolve our platform to better measure all the aspects of procurement, also when it comes to sustainability, green, all those aspects, connected with professional training and engagement of decision makers. And we foresee that after these three aspects will be developed, we can set for example, the goals that 50, 60, even more % of procurement may be green.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gil. And you touched the core of the problem, having this idea that green in the award criteria can also not be effective, because either we put the green characteristic in the technical specification, so any supplier has to provide a product that is green, and then you can give additional points, but if you put them just in the award criteria, they can be irrelevant at the end of the day, and so this is an issue. But and as you told also, the fact that the evolution of platform that will rule this procurement and can be also shared and interoperable with other agencies could be one of the future challenges, and also a way to simplify the procurement. So we can pass to Kęstutis Katsulis, that is Public Procurement Office in Lithuania, and I asked him to maybe give some hope and not just the negative view on your country procurement in relation to the green evolution of green and social procurement in Lithuania. So some words of hope after you described the so critical experience on paper, still on long documents in your country.
Yeah, so hello everyone, and firstly I want to extend what was said before to the organizers of this amazing conference, and it's very big, huge pleasure to be among the people who think the same and think towards the same goals. So yeah, I'm now scared because I'm like showed off as a pessimist, but you know, I think myself as I am realist with a huge optimism in front of me. So yeah, basically what we done is we committed to green course, fully immersed in it, and our government decided that from 2023 all public procurements in Lithuania must be green. And that's it. A few small exceptions, but it's the past now. And now, of course, through digital transformation, we're collecting all the data, how much green procurements we have, how it's made green. It's either award criteria or contract criteria, implementation, qualification, etc. So we have that specific data. And a new challenge arises. What is the impact on the green procurements we perform? And it's not only the authorities asking us that question, also contracting authorities, while they are performing, they put a lot of effort into creating criteria and describing and moving forward with the proceedings. So the idea arises that we must measure the impact on the environment while performing green public procurements. And Therefore, we started the project together with World Bank and Open Contracting Partnership, our dear friends, and we would like to see to start some pilots and understand how we can improve the procurement system, that we won't think green procurement is something different than regular procurements. In terms, we want to have the procurement which is aware of society, aware of environment by default. So in further vision, it is like if we buy something, just an example, you know, we have CO2 emission which was created in that procurement or delivery or whatever. And if we would have such examples and we know we can measure it, we can add to that commonly lowest bid the value on impact of the environment, because we know the value of CO2 emission. And we can add it, and therefore we won't have a lowest bid anymore. We will have the bids and we will compare them amongst each other with the thinking about the environment impact. And also thinking that a lot of was mentioned about sustainable procurement. So also socially responsible public procurement is not far behind, because it's very interrelated. Green public procurement with social responsible public procurements, you know. Just a quick example, while everyone was at that point where you are sitting in the traffic jam and you know, you're wasting your time, and cars around you also sitting, and there is a road closure or one line closed because the construction is like they need to renew the road, but there are no tractors around it and you can't see them anywhere working on that road. And just basic clause in the contract that the road, while it's not being operated by the tractors or people, must be reopened for public to use normally, just would solve most of the traffic jams. And that, you know, the impact. And if we will able to get the data and translate it to, we can evaluate in money terms how much the traffic jam costs, where people are not at the workplaces, where they are not on with the families, etc., wherever they want to go, and how much time you deducted from your holiday while you are in the traffic jam towards the seaside. So, yeah, basically, so our idea is to improve procurements, sustainable public procurements, through the data and findings, basically that.
Yes, thank you very much, because you gave a very practical example of the new approach on risk management in procurement. That means to calculate all the risk and the waste is related to the effects, the wider effect on procurement, that is closing a road or having a traffic that is blocked has an impact that is very, maybe it can be very huge and often is not calculated. So now the risk management approach on procurement require to have this attention to this aspect, and also having the data for collecting and evaluating what happens in the real moment where the procurement is executed. So now we will think about drones that will control the people working on the roads, or doing the work construction, having this evolution of having data, and this is a further step of digitalization and use of also of data collected through artificial intelligence and then elaborated through data analysis. And that's take us to the point of our panelist Maria Arnal Canudo, that is a government specialist at the World Bank, and that supports governments across the world on the implementation of green procurement, and also on the strategies to measure the impact on this policy. And then as your colleague was in the middle explaining our bank can have a positive approach on evolving also the simplification and of in the procedure for procurement. You can give us your view on different countries also that you help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you, the organizers, to invite, to give the opportunity to the World Bank to explain here what we are doing in terms of green public procurement and sustainable public procurement across the world. So first I will explain basically what are the approaches and then what is the demand in terms of the green public procurement implementation and design, and then finally I will explain more in detail what we are doing in terms of measurement and monitoring with Lithuania and Latvia and other countries across the world. So well, the World Bank has two approaches in order regarding GPP and SPP. Let me simplify, okay? Use the acronyms. We are known over the world for the list of acronyms that we use, okay? So you need to, it's another language, it's a parallel language. Anyway, so there are two approaches. The first one is using SPP, GPP criteria into the World Bank project operations, okay? So in the projects that the bank is implementing in countries. And in that sense, the bank joined the statement on sustainable public procurement initiative by the heads of procurement of multilateral development banks across the world. And then also, we published the guidance of sustainable public procurement investment for a third specific type of operations that we implemented in 2019 and then was updated in 2023. So that is the first approach. The second approach is supporting countries in the development, in the design and implementation of green public procurement and sustainable public procurement control reforms. And this is where I work basically in that side, okay? I work particularly in a global unit, that is, we call that we support all regions across the world, and our main mandate, okay, is to create knowledge and apply what other regions are doing in others, okay? So in that creation of knowledge, okay, we put in contact governments, we apply the different strategies and different techniques across the different regions, okay, adapted and tailored to the needs of every country. Just to give you an overview of the data, okay, or the demand by countries, okay. In a survey that we conducted internally this year at the beginning across public procurement specialists in the bank, 48% of the participants, I say 48% of the participants, not 48 of the countries, okay, not 48. I mean, let's be accurate in reporting data, okay? These figures are not weighted, okay? So it's just purely for the participants. So 48 of the participants of the survey reported that they had at least involved in one GPP project at country level. And 60% of the participants reported that they have discussed with the country client the GPP reform. And it is more than a half, okay? So the demand across the world of implementing this kind of policy is quite high. What we are, and I fully agree that public procurement has one of the three tools of the public finance in every country, okay, has a role to play against climate change, How to do it? This is different. I mean, there are different approaches, and there are as many approaches as countries are in the world, okay, that we will discuss later. The first of all that I would like to bring here, even though we are talking about ECA countries here, or European countries, okay, that they're focused mainly in mitigation, there are many countries in the world that are facing with adaptation. Okay, so these policies should be adapted to every country problem. So the first thing that they usually discuss with the countries is what are your problems? Is a question of drug, is a question of typhoons, is a question of level of water, is a question of what? It's a question of mitigation of emissions, okay, what is your real problem? And from there we build a solution. But don't focus on emissions if your problem is that you are constantly have it floating. Because maybe, I mean, at the end of the day, everything is counted in emissions, okay, but not probably is not gonna be the middle step, okay, in order to achieve that reduction. So what are the activities that we as a World Bank conducting at control reform levels, control reform level? So there are different, okay, and depends on what is the stage of every country in the development and implementation of that policy. I always focus on the measurement and monitoring part, okay? That is the last part of the cycle of public procurement, basically, and is the big challenge that countries are facing. Why I'm focused on that, okay, is because if you know what you are going to achieve at the end of the day, you can step back, okay, taking a step back until the beginning of the reform, and define the reform, define the binding documents, define the roadmap, define every document that you are going to define in order to achieve what you want to achieve at the end of the day. Is the level of water again, is the emissions, okay, what are your KPIs, what are your goals, okay, to implement this policy. So in that sense, overall, we develop country strategies and roadmaps, revising legal frameworks of the countries, okay, implementing capacity building, developing environmental criteria, developing also tender documents or bidding documents, etc. The more technical assistance that is demanded by countries based on this survey, again, okay, are conduct market research by 73%, development of templates of tenders, that is 71%, and implementing capacity building by 70%. So as you can see, there are three very specific technical assistance that are beyond of developing the policy, beyond of writing the law, beyond of writing a roadmap, okay? It's very, very specific, okay? This is we are talking about developing the level framework that is on the, is a very general approach, okay? But then when you escalate it, when you go down, okay, in the escalation, how do you go from the macro to the micro, and how do you define that tender document in order to capture that green criteria, and at the end have an impact? What we are doing about measurement and monitoring, okay? Yes, this is the big demand by countries because, as Kęstutis mentioned, okay, in the case of Lithuania, okay, there are many countries that are demanding now what are the effects of this policy, up to what point it is worth, okay, to invest resources in order to get those goals. There are two things here, okay, that I think that is important. First, if we cannot measure the effects if there is no monitoring first. Okay, it's a kind of pre-step. So the main problem that, based on my experience, okay, that countries are facing is how to insert that criteria, how to insert that variable into the public procurement system. Because this is not an SME that is a dummy variable 0 or 1, okay? And an SME is quite easy to verify. We are talking about dozens, okay, of environmental criteria. Okay, and how do you articulate that to include in the AGP system? This is the first challenge that is, that challenge has overcome, okay, that there are many ways to do that, okay? The second thing is how do you develop the measurement? And in that measurement, it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And there is tons of data available to do this, okay? It doesn't, and my experience, what I say, is that governments usually have a lack of knowledge about the data that they have. About what their other ministries in the government are doing. I have a lot of examples, okay, of calling a government and going for a mission and sitting down with all the stakeholders that are involved, okay? And I'm calling my focal point in the procurement office of X country, okay? I need to meet the standard bureau. No, there is no standard bureau in this country. Yes, you do. I don't know where, but yes, you have, I'm sure. No, I get the country, and yes, there is a standard bureau, okay? No, we don't know who is measuring the emissions. Okay, let me talk with this procurement entity. Let me talk with, and at the end, okay, they do have, okay, and when they realize the information that the government across different entities they have, okay, that is a mapping exercise, okay, and then how do you connect all these dots, okay, in order to create an indicator, in order to combine all of it, okay, to streamline, to connect that with the microdata on transaction of public procurement. That is the ultimate goal. So what we are doing in Lithuania and Latvia alone, I mean, with the partnership of Open Contracted Partnership, okay, is exactly developing that methodology to measure the effects from macro and micro. One thing is measuring the effects of macro at macro level, that is at country level, let's say by sector, okay? By sector comparison, okay, between and after the policy has been implemented, okay? But the real challenge is measuring that at micro level. A kilo of tomatoes purchased for that school, okay, what are the impact on the environment of that kilo of tomatoes? What are the impact of environment of the 0.05% of cement or concrete, okay, purchases to build that bridge? The effects is, I mean, and now I would like to stress an important point that I think, okay, we don't know what we don't know. That is important, okay? We don't know what are the effects of green poly procurement on the environment. There is no evidence. There is only like 5 papers in the world. But we expected that has an impact, okay? Because we know, because there is a lot of, tons of evidence, okay, that we know the effects of public procurement into the markets through SMEs, okay, through labor, etc. Okay, there are different outcomes, okay, that we know that there. So we expected that green poly procurement will have an effect on the environment, and I'm totally convinced that the size of those effects, okay, we don't know yet. A level. I mean, there are some at the end. As I mentioned, okay, public procurement. I think that is a wonderful tool of public finance, okay, to drive markets. And at the end of the day, what we want to do, I mean, what the government, I think that what many governments are trying to achieve with these policies is to leverage the green market in the long term. But calculating the effects, I mean, calculating the effects of that kilo of tomatoes, basically, okay, that is not, there are a lot of trade-offs. Okay, first, it is difficult to impute emissions, for example, to a kilo of tomato, because the private sector was built to earn money. So if a company, you push to a company to produce organic tomatoes, okay, probably the trade-off is going to be that the company distribute these tomatoes, okay, in a high level of fuel consumption card, because they have to, it's a trade-off of saving money. Okay, so those are the things that we are doing, or that we are going to do in Latvia and Lithuania, okay? Developing this kind of indicators with the different data available, is publicly available, okay, or it is from the country, okay, in order to create that methodology that ultimately will be linked to the public procurement system, so they will be able to monitor in real time what are those effects.
Very interesting. Very interesting, and inside on how you help in solve real problem. That's the point, because we started from a general view on what is sustainable and what will become sustainable in the next generation on procurement. But now we have really to start from the point of the data and of the knowledge of how to solve real problem. And then I really appreciate the fact that you say the country often don't know the data they have. And I had the experience with when we share the data of the database of ANAC, and we give back the data, for example, of a municipality that had sent the data to ANAC, but they didn't have them back. So in order to analyze also the data on procurement. So I think really it's important to teach, to learn on how to collect data, but also how to take data where they are already. And that will help to then address the policy in a better way. So I think really that the lesson that we can take from the experience that you have all around the world and with the different countries, with the idea of having this lack of market research, lack of knowledge of the market, also of the supplier in the different possible environment that you deal with. So I come back to the idea of digital transformation in a way that maybe you could help in making the development of this tool for having a kind of database of suppliers. That means a database when all the supplier, different database around each country, where we can have the data. As in Italy, we have with ANAC on the virtual company dossier of the company. Do you think it will be so difficult, or we have chance of reaching something similar to this?
No, definitely the more data, the best, basically. The better, sorry. The more data, the better. So, yes, involving private sector from the micro data or also in the policy design is key. Because at the end, who is going to supply you is the private sector. And if the private sector doesn't have the capacity to absorb that policy, the policy implementation is going to fail, definitely, okay? And one of the things that we are doing in every reform that we are designing, okay, with countries is involving the private sectors from the beginning. And it is surprising how there is a disconnection, okay, sometimes, but at the same time, when you brought together those two different partners, I mean, governments and private sector, they come up with a solution very quick and we're understanding each other. So yes, definitely, for example, I mean, and translating that into data, having data on private sector, but not only on private sector, but also what are the environmental criteria behind the eco label? For example, okay, what are the NGOs in the country or what the universities are doing? So involve other actors in the society in order to come up with all of them with the same goal. I think that is good. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. All the stakeholders that together can give the full picture of this of the procurement sector, and that requires to have them on the same table and on the same line of thinking, and also having a kind of reciprocal trust and as in the government and then the supplier to be ready to cooperate. No? So I think the evolution and the one message that I could like to share, that maybe procurement in the future won't be a kind of seen as a contract in a traditional way where there is one part against the other that fight, one to maximize the profit and the other to minimize the price, but a kind of evolution in a framework alliance that makes the cooperation with open books, that is digital books and digital trust, when you define in advance the margins that they have to get and the time scale and time limits and everything is clear. And the two parts, the public administration and the private party, go to the same goal because they have advantage of this. So I think the cooperative model is something that should evolve procurement in the next in the future, and digital platform will help this because you have everything there. Also in the procurement of construction, the building information modeling, so having the digital twin of the bridge of the infrastructure that you want to build, permits you to have already in digital the outcome of the procurement. So you don't have problem of modification, of variance and so on. And I think World Bank really could help in pushing this evolution on, in the future. Well, I don't know if we have time for questions. In case, so before letting, in case the last word to the panelists, the wonderful panelists we had, if there are some questions. Well, 1, 2, okay, very quick. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for Maria. Sustainable criteria can be considered a soft law approach to elevate a subset of the private suppliers to a different standard than the rest of the market. Do you have any example where, in a longer perspective, this requirement has led to that the whole market has been saturated, like at least the ones supplying to the public, that they all can meet this criteria, competition is good, and then that the legislator had decided to sort of elevate the floor to put the floor up for everyone. So it moves from the soft criteria to a real law, meaning that everyone has to play by these rules. Do you have any example of that? Thank you.
We take the second question and then maybe we can do them together.
Sustainable procurement was *1 reason why I was waiting for this conference, so thanks a lot. My name is Rugilė, I come from Lithuanian Diversity Charter. We've been working with procuring agencies for quite a while. And what we see is two things. That one, it's very unusual to see public procurement as a mechanism not only to buy things, but also for social change. But from there comes a challenge that how to relate social criteria with procurement object. And I wonder if you're representing different countries and organizations, whether you face this challenge, and if you do, how do you address it?
Okay, so thank you very much. I let the floor to Maria at first.
Okay, yes, about the example. In the countries that I'm working, no. Because they are in the process of implementing the policies, so definitely we are not yet in that stage, okay? That's the goal? Yes. If there are countries in the world that I have seen, or they claim that exists, I think for me, I think that the champion in green public procurement, okay, is Netherlands, and yes, across the world, and Korea also has a very good system, okay, and if I don't remember clearly the figures, okay, but you can correct our colleagues from Netherlands, okay, but I think that they have evidence of the changes in the market in the long term, because they have been implementing this for a while. Also, Korea has this example, but I don't have the figures. I should check in my documentation. Yes.
Yes.
Maybe I can relate to example. You know, in Lithuania, sometimes big purchasing organizations, they do open doors to meet suppliers. And they usually, one of the things that they introduces their plans for the next years or 3 years time. And there was like, we have national authority which is looking after the roads, quality of the roads, and they purchase the reconstruction of the roads, etc. So they said that they will ask in their procurements to be products to be certified with EPDs. And at first, only one of the suppliers, recalled to that demand, and they said, okay, we will certify our products. And mainly there's we are not big countries, so there's 5 giants on the road constructions, and in 3 or 4 months period, everyone was started to certify with EPDs their products. And now we will wait till the end of the year, we'll reconcile on the criteria used on road construction.
Yes, if I can, for the social clauses, there are a lot of examples when you can implement in the contract document this aspect on social, especially not only to maintain the same workers in place, but also to guarantee the minimum wages, guarantee welfare for them, and all some different benefits for people that works in the procurement. And we had cases on how to ameliorate this condition, also for gender, women, and so on. But also for the object, the impact of the work, for example, in the urban regeneration and all in this sector that really change the use of a public space given back to the citizens, will permit to have a value added that is from the social point of view huge. So the NEB approach that we are working in a project also with the Lithuanian Innovation Center is really this goal to go to solve real problems related to maybe a little area in the city that maybe has been stuck and impossible to use, and you reopen that area for the public. And so this is really a value added that we could have a kind of a map of our cities where we have all these black holes where there's something maybe degraded, wasted and not used, and then we can evolve. So the NEB perspective, the new European Bauhaus perspective in procurement will help in go and find this real problem to solve the real problem for citizens living around. So if you have we have to finish. Sorry. Yes.
We will bring the conversation to lunch.
To lunch,
right?
okay. We had a wonderful panel. Absolutely, thank you.
I'm sure you have more questions and more answers, right? I mean, there's more insights to share. But please find the panelists over lunch and continue the conversation. And then please be back at, I think it was 1:45. But we will come downstairs and find you. You know, the river is close by. Be outside, take a little walk so that when you come back, you have energy again and can be part of the afternoon.
Okay, and thank you very much to all the panelists, wonderful panelists we had.